Honourable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favour upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labours of government, this land and people may be well and truly served. Their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Our members shall proceed with the correction of votes and proceedings of Thursday, February 3rd, 2022. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Yes, Honourable Member for Kwadas.
Honourable Speaker, page 19, minor punctuation issues. Under attendance, item 3, I, you observe that the name of the Ministry for Sanitation and Water Resources, the symbol that represents N is used. But if you come to V, Director, Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources, the word is used. So if there can be consistency, if you are using the word or the symbol.
Very well.
And also some minor issue. VI, Director, into bracket water, Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources. There should be a comma after the water. Then Director, into bracket accounts, there should be a comma, because if you come to IX, Director, there's a comma there. So for us to be consistent, let us observe these rules. Thank you.
Very well. The table office will take note and effect the appropriate corrections. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Yeah. Very well. Page 23. Page 24. Honourable members, subject to the corrections already suggested, the votes and proceedings of Thursday, February 3rd, 2022 is hereby adopted. Yes, Honourable
Speaker, if you indulge me, page 22. Yes, the business committee met, and I was there. I recall it was chaired by the minority leader instead. Speaker, I will withdraw that. Thank you.
Very well. As stated already, the votes and proceedings of Thursday, February 3rd, 2022, subject to the amendment, is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Now, members, you have the official report of Thursday, January 27th, 2022. Any corrections? Yes. Dr. Nyakum, Honourable Member for Ghana.
Madam Speaker, column 16. Column 16, 1 to 4 paragraph under Dr. Koto. Mr. Speaker, despite, instead of there, it should be there. Despite.
Sorry, column 16.
Yeah, column 16.
There is
Dr.
spike.
Akoto.
Right.
Mr. Speaker, there spike. So I think it should be despite.
There is a spike.
There is a spike.
Very well.
It is there here, so there is a spike or there's
Very
spike.
well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then, column 17, I need the guidance on this. Under Mr. Haruna Ijisu. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister, in his answer, the answer is capitalized, but I don't know whether it is a practice of this House.
Yes, you notice that everywhere answer appears, we use a capital.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Any more corrections? Yes.
I'm not done, so last one, then you come in, please.
Sorry,
Column 19.
You're not done. Very well.
Column 19. First paragraph. Mr. Speaker, there are two markets for fertilizer in Ghana. One is the subsidized fertilizer market, and then the open. So I think, and then the open, the debt should go, unless it is acceptable. The then.
Yes, you're right.
Because if you leave it like that, it's going to create problems. You can't say the then, the open market.
Yes, you're right.
Mr. Speaker, if you look at the official report, I think page 2 of the report, the item, Lord Mr. Speaker, on numbered page, the caution, correction of errors. I think correction of errors. I believe that members may have to pay attention to that caution and be guided accordingly.
Yes, but I don't get the point you're making.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, what I'm trying to say is that we are being guided as to how to approach corrections, things that can be corrected and things that cannot be corrected. And for the avoidance of that, I may perhaps, with your leave, Mr. Speaker, read it aloud. Correction of errors of substance may be made only on the floor of the House with the permission of the Speaker. However, corrections of typographical or grammatical errors which members suggest for bound volumes which will be compiled at the end of the meeting may be clearly marked in the daily report, and the copy containing the corrections submitted at the editor's office. Parliament house not later than 4 clear days after publication of the day report. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just drawing our attention to this on how to approach the handling of the official reports. I thank you, sir.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, some of these things, if you don't point them out for correction and they remain there. Oh, no, I'm not disputing that. I'm saying that if.
just address me.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'll leave that one out. Mr. Speaker, the same paragraph, if you look at last sentence. Oh, don't do that, leader. No.
Honorable members, it says with the permission of the Speaker. So my attention having been drawn to what can and must be done on the floor of the House, I'll be guiding which one is admissible and which one you must mark out and give to the Hansa department to effect. It says those that are the grammatical errors and spelling mistakes, you mark them out and give them to the Hansa department. But those which are of substance, which you correct on the floor of the House. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, then I want to seek your guidance on the last paragraph where it is stated, it is meant for commercial farmers. It is meant for commercial farmers. But if you go to the previous page, you realize that this should have been stated, it is not meant for commercial farmers. The way it is written, I think there was an omission. So if it can be checked and corrected, if possible.
Very well, that's of substance. It's admitted. Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, column 28, second paragraph. The name is Kobedie Esupra, not Kobedie Esifra.
Kindly, there's an error of correction, spelling mistake, is that right?
I know you take clues from the leaders.
Right, take a cue, mark it out, and give it to the
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Hansa department. Yes, any more corrections of substance? Very well. In the absence of any further corrections of substance, the parliamentary debate or the official report of Thursday, January 27th, is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Item number 5. Business statement for the third week. Business statement, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the chair of the committee is unavoidably absent. But, Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I may do so on his behalf as his able vice chair.
Yes, you may do so.
Mr. Speaker, I'm exceedingly grateful, sir. You are in pain. You are in pain. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, your committee met to plan the business of the ensuing week and agreed on the following as a proposal for the plenary. Mr. Speaker, in total, your committee has proposed 48 questions as admitted by Mr. Speaker to be answered by ministers. Of these, 3 are urgent and 45 are regular questions to be answered orally. Mr. Speaker, again, your committee came to a conclusion that in accordance with Order 72, you may admit statements and again allow papers to be laid, motions and resolutions taken after debates, and of course, Mr. Speaker, as and when the case may be, referral to committees may be made. So, Speaker, the all-important e-levy which government seeks to use to transform our economy, build our roads, and enable our youth start their business is also expected to Mr. Speaker, the minority leader says I should ignore the minority chief whip for heckling me. Mr. Speaker, having said so, I shall pray you, Mr. Speaker, to permit these proposals to be considered by the House in accordance with Order 162 and subject to Order 53 of the rules of this House. Mr. Speaker, attached here too is the order in which the business of the ensuing week has been programmed, and we have a number of questions for Tuesday, the 8th of February, and papers to be laid have also been advertised. And Mr. Speaker, if you go to Wednesday, similar approach is adopted, and all the way to, Mr. Speaker, Friday, where we have just some few only questions, Mr. Speaker. On Friday, we have questions and just one motion. So, Mr. Speaker, without more, I so submit. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. I thought you, being a member of the committee, you let non-members speak, then you come in at the last stage.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with you.
Yes, honorable member for
Mr. Speaker,
Poultry.
I noticed from the business statement that I have filed about 3 urgent questions. Unfortunately, last week I didn't find it, and this week too, I'm not finding it in the business statement. And so I wanted to seek your guidance to that respect.
Yes, honorable member for Bodi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I filed an urgent question in regards to Bodi to Ahibosu Road. About 3 months ago, in fact, urgent question, Ahibosu Road, urgent question, 3 months ago. Can the deputy leader assure me that next week it will be programmed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You know, he's a senior member. His question deserves emergency attention. Yes, I'll go back this way, so after that I'll come here. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Speaker, consistently for almost 1 year now, Mr. Speaker, we have consistently advertised a number of motions. The motion to adopt the investigative report of the Committee on Defense and Interior on the incident of the military-civilian brutality in Wa, the adoption of the report of the Ad hoc Committee on the procurement contract for the supply of Sputnik V COVID-19 vaccines. Mr. Speaker, the motion to investigate the recruitment practices of the state security agencies of Ghana between the period 2013 and 2020, the motion to investigate the ethnic, gender, regional, and other sectional backgrounds to persons recruited into the security forces since January 1993, the motion to investigate the inappropriate interferences by members of the state security agencies of Ghana in the presidential and parliamentary elections of Ghana in 2020. Mr. Speaker, it goes on and on. Several very important motions pertaining to the running of this country and to enable this House to set proper principles to govern how this country should be run. So, Speaker, we've consistently advertised these motions week after week, but refuse to take the motions. The leader should tell us, when will we take these motions? And if we're not taking them, then don't advertise them. Don't advertise them and create the impression that we are going to do business when we won't do business. And also, the statement indicated that some sensitization is taking place on the basis of which the e-levy will be withdrawn and then relayed. Mr. Speaker, can he explain that bit of the information that he is providing us? Are they withdrawing and relaying because the minister wants to change the percentage of the levy? If that is the case, as minister authorized by the president, is it not possible to simply amend the charging clause to take account of the new levy amount that he intends to propose? I mean, what's it all about? And this very important matter, Mr. Speaker, is keeping business, the whole country, everybody is uneasy. People don't know whether their wallets will remain safe or not safe, and there's no certainty about it. Mr. Speaker, can the leadership give us clarity and certainty in this particular matter? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
My issue has to do with the first one raised by the honorable member for Boku Central. It has to do with private members' motion. Mr. Speaker, in the second meeting of the last session, myself and Honorable Boja and Honorable Tuforsen, we filed a motion on delisting GET Fund from capped institutions. It appeared a number of times for the motion to be taken, but never did we have the opportunity to take the motion. This is the third week. We are going into the fourth week since Parliament resumed. This motion has not appeared in any of the business statements so far. I would like to find out from the Business Committee Chair, what is the position of that motion? We would like to know. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, according to the Deputy Majority Leader, the Minister for Finance is likely to withdraw the e-levy on 11th and may introduce it on the 15th of February. Mr. Speaker, some of us have had some medical appointments and are even supposed to travel. Indeed, some of us wanted to travel this week, but like the statement says, the members are therefore encouraged to participate fully in the consideration of the bill. In fact, he himself is encouraging us that those of us who even have medical appointments, we should not travel. We should stay and help in considering the bill. In fact, but for his advice, some of us were even preparing to travel. But following his advice, I'm compelled to stay in the House and follow the Deputy Majority Leader's advice. I therefore want to plead with him. Is it possible that he brings certainty and clarity in respect of the dates, so that those of us who want to travel, even if it's 5 days, we can dash out and dash in order to participate in this e-levy approval process? Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Leader. After that, you come to you. There are others behind you who also want to talk after that.
Mr. Speaker, first on the Honorable John Jinapol's issue, I think health first. Second, Honorable Samson Ahi raised the issue of the Bodi Road. The Speaker, yes, he's right. I know that terrain, and he's right in saying, because that is why, because you filed it before ELAB, that is why ELAB is important to solve that road for you. That the road fund has nothing. The funds are not enough, very insufficient. Mr. Speaker, so I think on a more serious note, we would look at it. But I would plead with members, if you file a question and you don't find it in the business statement, really, for want of a better expression, it's not the business of the business committee. Admissibility of questions is entirely the responsibility of Mr. Speaker. What members should do is to work with their whips so that the table office, coordinates that for them. So this issue of always coming after the elected colleague, Honorable Ayerga's consent, about advertised motions and all that, I think we'll take that seriously into consideration and then ensure that the needful is done. Same apply to Honorable Member for the ranking education, Akachi South. No, I don't come from Akachi North. Mr. Speaker, I don't come from Akachi. I come from Nyakonope and Chairman. Mr. Speaker, Nyakonope is a village under Akachi South. And then Chairman is Keta. Mr. Speaker, I know my roots. I've lived there. Except that when you are transferred from Volta to Win. So, Mr. Speaker, I think I've addressed your concerns. Thank you.
Bawa, yes. Not Bongo, right? Honorable Member for Bongo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's just a follow-up on what the Deputy Majority Leader indicated. Yes, it is within the preserve of Mr. Speaker to admit questions. But in the event that the question is not admitted, I thought by standing orders, the member has to be written to with stated reasons why the question cannot be admitted. Most often than not, you file a question, you do not know whether the question has been admitted, it has not been admitted, there's no formal communication to you. And for about a year or two, you'll be there and then you will not hear of anything. So from what the Deputy Majority Leader said, that yes, it is within the preserve of Mr. Speaker. But if Mr. Speaker is not admitting it, members must know, as per our standing orders. So I don't know what his position on that.
Yes. No. South guy.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, a week ago, we had the indication that among other business that will be taken in the House for this week will be the consideration of the Students' Loan Trust Fund Amendment Bill. Mr. Speaker, I have some amendments properly advertised. They've been pending since Tuesday. Even in today's other paper, they are advertised. But we don't get to work on them. And I see that next week they feature prominently again in the business statement. If we couldn't handle e-levy this week, I was hoping that we could have dealt with the matter of the Students' Loan Trust Amendment Bill. And so I plead with the majority leader that we should consider this business next week seriously so that we can take that one off the way whilst we await the fate of e-levy. I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 11th of February, if you remember, Mr. Speaker, the funeral of the late Joseph Kofi Adda is coming up on the 11th in Nafrongo. We're keeping this on the 11th. I don't know whether leadership is aware of that, and if so, it will be very difficult for us.
Is that the business of the House? Is that to be programmed by the business committee?
No,
Can
what I'm
Can you discuss that with the leadership, please? Discuss that with your leaders. The chief.
No, Mr. Speaker, I'm talking of. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, Chief Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this has been raised lightly, but I want to go into some more details. So if you look at the business statement, the introductory page, so the item on electronic transfer levy bill, and you look at the third and fourth and fifth paragraph, Mr. Speaker, it leaves you with a lot of uncertainty. The use of word like likelihood of unforeseen circumstances. Mr. Speaker, if you look at Order 160 of our standing orders, we are supposed to have business program in the House with certainty. It's supposed to be with certainty. Order 160. We are supposed to plan the business of the House with certainty. Now you have all this uncertainty. Mr. Speaker, if you look at Article 106(4), when it comes to finding when a bill is in the House and trying to inquire about what to do and what not to do, it is for Parliament to do.
It's committee.
It's through its committee, the relevant committee. Now we have moved from giving the finance minister 1 week to 2 weeks, and now we are even adding more. Yet we are claiming that we cannot give the finance committee time to do that. Mr. Speaker, if our colleagues from the majority want us to have certainty, if you are withdrawing, come and withdraw now and tell us that you come back with the business. So we know that the business is not before the House. But so long as you leave it lingering, Mr. Speaker, with using words like likelihood, unforeseen circumstances, for those of us in the minority, the only conclusion is that you are trying to lay ambush on us. Because you are not certain with the things that you are saying. If you are certain, come and withdraw. So that we all know that it's no longer before the House. And then when you are ready, you come and lay. But you give the business and you are telling us that there's a likelihood of withdrawing it if unforeseen circumstances. All these things are not things that you can measure. Because it leaves the whole thing to only your arena. So we want to plead that there should be certainty in the business as to when we want to do this. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is painful that each time we are doing this, we say, oh, we want when Mr. Speaker is around. And when I look at some of the timetable that they are trying, it's being suggested. What you mean is that if you are not careful, Mr. Speaker will be around, and you wait till he's also leaving again, then you try to now create a blame. So, Mr. Speaker, we urge that there should be certainty. If there should be consultation, let's allow the finance committee to do the consultation, because that is what we are. I mean, the constitutional provision rests on the committee to do those consultations, not with the finance minister who has already laid a bill in the house, now going around to do consultations. So if he wants to withdraw, let him come and withdraw now, so that we all have certainty that the business is no longer before us and therefore it cannot be taken until it is reintroduced. But the way it is, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to say, almost every week we will have to be raising these concerns, because you don't have clarity, you don't have certainty, and we should remember that the life of a member of parliament is not only sitting in the chamber. There's so many other things that needs to be done as members of parliament, and we cannot just be gluing ourselves into a chamber without certainty when and where possibly a business will take place. So, Mr. Speaker, we want to urge our colleagues to come much clearer so that we are certain about when this e-levy, whether it's coming off or it's not coming off, whether it's going to be withdrawn or not withdrawn. But this use of words on likelihood and unforeseen circumstances creates more confusion in our minds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity. I'm a member of the Business Committee, and understandably I've heard the leaders say that if we have issues, we should state them at the Business Committee. Mr. Speaker, mine is on the same matter as raised by speakers before me, the Honorable Mahama Yarga and the Honorable Whip, Honorable Muntaka. And Mr. Speaker, mine is a bill introduced in this House by our rules and standing orders is referred by you to a designated committee, and that committee is enjoined by our standing orders to conduct an inquiry into the bill. So with e-levy, I do not think that the Minister for Finance is the Committee of Finance of Parliament. I do not. And I will not accept any reasoning that he must do inquiry for and on behalf of the Finance Committee of Parliament. Indeed, if we have railroaded the e-levy bill as he wished through a certificate of urgency, will he have the opportunity to consult the people of Ghana? So once the bill is referred to a committee of Parliament, the proper place for an inquiry to engage stakeholders and the Ghanaian citizens is Parliament. So I would ask, what is our Finance Committee doing? It is not for the Minister for Finance to go around the country. It's for our Committee on Finance. And Mr. Speaker, the matter of certainty and clarity that on Friday, 11 February, the bill may be withdrawn and a new bill may be introduced. Members need to know so that they plan their lives. Last week, we gave you good advice. If you had introduced a new bill last week, by now the Finance Committee will be engaging stakeholders and the public. The banks are affected, telecoms are affected, merchants are affected, consumers of telecom services are affected because their wallets will be taxed. And you hear even the Minister for Finance say that telecoms have given him 0.25% discount. If you are charging zero, is there 0.25% of zero? Vodafone cards didn't charge. So fundamentally, Mr. Speaker, bring us the bill and we engage. We have consistently informed you where we stand. We vote against it. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to believe that this bill is being held in search for numbers for purpose of voting on it. No, that is not how this parliament should run. That is not how this parliament should run. That I'm holding on to the bill when I'm satisfied that I have the numbers to take a favorable decision, then it is introduced. That is not parliamentary. That is why the Constitution says members present and voting. So you introduce the bill, it's in the bosom of the Committee on Finance. And strongly, Mr. Speaker, it does not lie within the Minister for Finance to engage stakeholders of the country. Our Committee on Finance is sleeping, and they must wake up to their responsibility as a responsible committee of Parliament, that they ought to be engaging the citizens and stakeholders of Ghana and not the Minister for Finance. Why? It's an afterthought. It's a corrective measure. Did the Minister of Finance think that debating what have you brought it?
Honorable Leader, let's return to the business statement.
Mr. Speaker, I'm back to business statement. I see, are you available? I see you are available, Deputy Leader. And I hope that you are also not just deputizing for him. You are following keenly developments in your constituency and the High Court ruling on Professor Avoke and Co. And that you do what is legally appropriate, that justice is done and people are not targeted unjustifiably and treated in a manner which is unfair to them. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, High Court ruling.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, first, Honorable Bauer referred to me as Deputy Minority Leader. That thought should perish immediately. That thought should perish. It should perish immediately. And it should remain with you. Mr. Speaker, I won't belabor the procedure required in getting questions fielded and eventually being ferried to the business committee. We've said it time without number that the business committee does not have that mandate. You file a question, admissibility is Mr. Speaker. When Mr. Speaker denies you the opportunity to ask that question, he is supposed to write to you. It is not a matter for the business committee. So the impression being created that the business committee has not lived up to its expectation is not correct. These are matters that you should take it up with the table office through your whips. I don't know whether you are questioning the competence of Honorable Muntaka Mubarak. I don't know. No, because he is your chief whip, the head of the forces of darkness. He is holding you people. He says you shouldn't travel for health reasons. He says don't travel. You are supposed to travel. Honorable John Jinapo says there are many with health concerns, yet you are not traveling. For whatever reason. Yes, John Jinapo said for the records that many of you are supposed to travel for health, reviews and all that. Why are you not traveling? The rule says that members are available and voting. So what is your problem? Travel. Mr. Speaker, they should travel. You are liberty to travel.
Honorable, kindly answer the question.
Mr. Speaker, I'm answering.
The travel is either
Mr. Speaker, they brought themselves.
Each side can travel. So
Mr. Speaker, they should travel. But, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Harun Idrisu decided to move away from the business committee matter. Then he did me a low blow. I don't know why he would do that. But I want to inform him that last night, the council of the university met and took a decision and announced publicly that it was yielding in obedience to the orders of the High Court, for your information. And it's all out there in circulation. So, Mr. Speaker, I think all the relevant matters that I need to address, I have done so. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kindly gavel. I thank you, sir.
Is it on a business statement that he has answered? What was your concern?
The business in respect of... Okay.
Mr. Speaker, it will be dealt with.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a matter on Order 93-2 upon which I rise. Just for the record, the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, my very good friend, has referred to this side of the House as forces of darkness, and that the Chief Whip is a leader of the forces of darkness. So that must be expunged from the records. We are not forces of darkness. No,
Honorable Obedeta Blapa, the whips refer to themselves as forces of darkness. They refer to each other as the forces of darkness. I learned that before I became a speaker.
It's very unparliamentary.
Well, it was not intended to be a part of the former proceedings. They refer to each other as forces of darkness. In fact, they learned it from elsewhere.
I've never referred to my colleague as a forces of darkness. I don't know where that is coming from. And I don't think it is anywhere part of the standing orders or anywhere described properly that that's the description of which. I don't know whether my colleague accepts that he's part of some forces of darkness. At least I know I'm not. And I've never been part of forces of darkness. I don't know whether you are.
On the same matter, please, let's leave it here.
This comes to me as a huge surprise.
It's all right, let's leave it here. Outside here, I know what the two of you do. So we'll leave it out of here. Yes. Item 6. Question time. There are questions for two sets of ministers. Which of them is available? Minister of Agric and the Minister for Roads and Transport. Yes.
Speaker, we'll take that of roads for now. Roads Minister's questions, please.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Roads and Transport, kindly take your seat. Yes, question number 427. The name of the honorable member for South Day. You may please ask your question. Honorable member for South Day.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Food and Agriculture.
This is no good.
Oh, sorry. I think I'm confused because we're starting from roads, right? I should move on to. Thank you. Very well. We'll start from question number 328. 328. Honorable member for Bongo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask this question. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads when the bridges or culverts of the following stretch of roads would be constructed. I, Bion Nayire. I, Bion Azose. I, Tankon Walga. I, Akundo Bongo. Vin, Abokobisi, Sikabisi, and VI, Kuyelmo. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the bill to Naili Road is an access track linking Bio to Naili in the Bongo district of the Upper East region. A river crossing at Channel 0 to plus 300 is the main bottleneck cutting off the Naili community. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there is no program for the road. But the future program is that, Mr. Speaker, engineering design and assessment studies are being conducted to determine the hydraulic capacity and size of the drainage structure required for installation at the identified location. Estimates for the upgrading of the road will also be prepared by the end of the second quarter of 2022. The implementation of the project will be considered, Mr. Speaker, under the 2023 budget. Zo to Avozi Road, Mr. Speaker, the Zo Avozi Road is also an access track linking Zo to Avozi in the Bongo district of the Upper East region. There are two major river crossing points along the track. Mr. Speaker, there is no program for the road, but the future program is that engineering design and assessment studies are being carried to determine the hydraulic capacities and sizes of drainage structures required for installation at the identified location. Estimates for the upgrading of the road will also be prepared by the end of the second quarter of 2022, and the implementation of the project will be considered under the 2023 budget. Tanko to Wagriga Road. Mr. Speaker, this road is an access track linking Tanko to Wagriga in the Bongo district of the Upper East region. There is one major water crossing point on this link. Currently, there is no program for the road, but moving into the future, Mr. Speaker, engineering design and assessment studies are being conducted to determine the hydraulic capacity and size of the drainage structure required for installation at the identified location. Estimates for the upgrading of the road will also be prepared by the end of the second quarter of 2022 and then considered under the 2023 budget. Akundu Bongo Road, Mr. Speaker, this access track linking Akundu and Bongo in the Bongo district East region. A river crossing at 1.6 kilometer from Akunko is a major bottleneck cutting off the Akunko community. Currently, Mr. Speaker, no program for the road, but the future program is that engineering design and assessment studies are being conducted in the hydraulic capacity and size of the drainage structure required for installation at the identified location. Estimates for the upgrading of the road will also be prepared by the end of the second quarter of 2022. The implementation of the project will be considered under the 2023 budget, Mr. Speaker. Abo Kobisi to Sikabisi Road. The background to this road is that, Mr. Speaker, it's a partially engineered access road linking the two communities located in the Bongo district of the Upper East region. A previously existing 1.8 by 1.8 meter culvert located at kilometer 2 was washed out of place completely after a heavy downpour, making that stretch inaccessible. There is no program for the road. Engineering, design, and assessment studies as future programs are being conducted to determine the hydraulic capacity and size of the drainage structure required for installation at the identified location. The Speaker, estimates for the upgrading of the road will also be prepared at the end of the second quarter of 2022. The implementation of the project will be considered under the 2023 budget. Kuyelinko Road, Mr. Speaker, this road is an access track of about 1.3 kilometers and located in the Bongo district of the Upper East region. There is one major water crossing point on this track. There is no program for the road. Engineering, design, and assessment studies are being conducted to determine the hydraulic capacities and size of the drainage structure required for installation at the identified location. Estimates for the upgrading of the road will also be prepared by the end of the second quarter 2022, and the implementation of the project will be considered under the 2023 budget. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Yes, Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm a bit surprised. If you look at all the responses, it appears it's a template that is just a caption that is different. It's a template. Look, the reason why I'm making this point is that if you look at the V, Roman number V, the Abokubisi Sikabisi project. This was a project that actually started somewhere around 2015, in 2016. And just after 2016, it was, the contractor stopped working because they were not funds and other things. So I'm surprised that as part of the response of the Honorable Minister, he indicates that currently there's no program on it and that they are considering it for a possibility putting it in the 2023 budget. This is an ongoing project that has stopped. So I don't know why it is the same template that is being used for all the various projects that have been listed.
So what was the question? You're suggesting that is an ongoing project?
There is an ongoing project. So
yes,
why should that be the case that they're saying that there's no program there and that they are considering looking at the engineering? This is a project that has a contract that has been awarded. The contractor was on site. He's put up. You see that the project has been done to a particular level, and after 2016, it's stalled. So how do you reconcile the fact that there's no program there and you are now considering it for 2023, as against the fact that this is already an ongoing project that had been awarded to a contractor?
Yes, Honorable.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleague did say that the project was awarded respectfully by the previous administration, and that is ongoing. So far as our database is concerned, no, I cannot say for now. No, you might be right. The project was awarded previously, and perhaps the contractor could not perform, and I don't know whether it was terminated or something. But we are looking at the state of the road as at now, and so far as our database is concerned, there is no contractor on the road. That is why there is no program on it. So all the roads that I spoke about, so far as we are concerned, none of them have been awarded for this period. So I'm just giving you the information on the road as at now. But if it was awarded later and the contractor did not perform, I may have to find out the contractor and what happened, and definitely, as at now, there's no contractor on that road. So this is the program we have for this particular road and all other roads that I spoke about in your constituency. I thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just hope and pray that you will just cross-check, because this is something that is on the ground. But again, my next one, I'm not too sure whether it's a question or it's a comment. If you look at Bunyo, Nayire, and then Tankon, Walga, those two projects, those two bridges, indeed, it's a very serious challenge. Last year, we lost a child as a result of the fact that the child was trying to cross to go to school. All these two ones, you have kids having to cross the stream or the river to go to the next place to be able to attend school. So anytime it's during the rainy seasons, these are kids who are just cut off from schooling. Would you actually look at it within your context of these emergency projects that you do at the ministry? Would you consider looking at this as a special case instead of waiting till 2023 to deal with them? Because the rains are yet going to come.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that should always be the case. We have emergency programs for such emergency works. Though all road projects, whether they are bridges or direct road construction, are to be undertaken. But of course, it comes to a point that we have to prioritize some of them, based on the immediate needs and the emergency nature of it. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure my colleague that if we hold private discussions between us after this session, my ministry and government will always be prepared to undertake such emergency intervention. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Number 329 is also in the name of the honorable member for Bongo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads when the bridges and culverts of the following stretch of roads would be constructed: Zoko Ayoni, Akunza Ayoni, Tumbisi, Azelgutengane, Gamborno, and then Balumo Abeduni. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Zoko, Ayoni, and Akunza are communities located on the Zumbrungu to Namong Road, which is a regional road R115 in the Bongo district of the Upper East region. The road, Mr. Speaker, is 24 kilometers long. Currently, about 11 kilometers of the road have been awarded on contract in 4 lots to different contractors for execution. All the 4 contractors are running concurrently. The commencement date was 8th February 2021, and the completion date, Mr. Speaker, is expected to be 7th August 2020. The beneficiary communities along these projects include Zoko, Ayoni, and Akunza. Mr. Speaker, Lot 1, the project is titled Partial Reconstruction of Zumbrungu to Namong Road, and it covers the first 3 kilometers. The contractor has executed concrete U-drains and pipe culverts. The physical work progress is estimated at 34%. Lot 2, the project has the same title and it stretches from kilometer 3 to kilometer 6, also covering 3 kilometers. The Speaker, the contractor has executed concrete U-drains and pipe culverts. The physical work progress is estimated at 17%. Lot 3, under the same title, is also covering another 3 kilometers. That is from kilometer 6 to kilometer 9. Mr. Speaker, the contractor has also executed concrete U-drains and pipe covers. The physical work progress is estimated at 21%. Lot 4, under same title, covers another 3 kilometers from kilometer 9 to 11. Mr. Speaker, the contractor has executed concrete U-drains as well and pipe culverts. The physical work rated at 25%. Presently, Mr. Speaker, all the 4 contractors are not on site, and warning letters have been issued to them to return to site and ensure completion of the projects within the time of completion. Balungu to Abiodunye Road. Mr. Speaker, this road stretches from and form part of the Balungu to Longu to Via Feeder Road, measuring 8.3 kilometers, and is located in the Bongo district of the Upper East region. An existing 3 over 3 by 3 millimeter box culvert located at kilometer 6 near Abiodunye collapsed after a torrential rain, rendering the section impassable. Currently, Mr. Speaker, 3/4 by 4 millimeter box culvert has been constructed under the project titled Spot Improvement of Zari to Via Feeder Road, measuring 9.2 kilometers. Filling of the culvert approaches was suspended due to delay in payment. Completion of the work will depend on the payment of the outstanding RPCs to the contractor. Mr. Speaker, Avone to Tumbizi and Azeligo to Tingani to Gambolongo roads. The above roads, as mentioned, are gravel roads with poor surface condition and located in the Bongo district of the Upper East region. There is no program on any of these roads currently. Mr. Speaker, moving into the future, condition survey and engineering designs for the rehabilitation of the roads will be conducted at the second quarter of 2022 for consideration under the 2023 budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On the Zoko Ayone Akunzaru stretch, the minister indicates that the contractors are not on site, and that warning letters have been given to them to return to site. The understanding I also have is that government has also not released funds for them, and that's why they are not they are not at site. My question to you is that the narration of the contractors, that is because of the fact that they do not have money. That's what they are unable to do. How true is that? Is government up to date in terms of the releases for the construction?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is true that work done by contractors are to be paid for if certificates are raised within 90 days. This part of the contractual condition that the employer, which is government, enters with every contractor. But the same contractual arrangement does not allow any contractor just to park off-site just because payment has not been honored promptly by government. Because every contractor is supposed to have capacity and to be resourceful to carry out work. So if the employer, which is government, does not pay on time, the contractor has the right to claim interest on delayed payment. So this question of government has not paid me promptly, so I have withdrawn from site, does not conform to the contractual arrangement. At the same time, it is important that we engage contractors that are resourceful and that have capacity. But that has not been done in the past. Now, we are working on that route to make sure that we don't revisit this kind of development in our construction program. What can be done by the ministry is to write to them and to remind them of their obligation to go back to site and to carry out work. Failure to do that, the contract terminated and awarded to a more capable contractor. But that does not mean that government should also not make an effort to pay contractors. I thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that before I ask my second question, it's important that the minister also recognizes that we have had a number of particularly local contractors who end up dying of BP and other things because they take loan bank facilities, they come, government delays in the payments, and the government's argument is about interest. They will pay interest, so they do not have to go. I've seen a lot of local contractors who have died just because they took facilities and they were being harassed by banks to do those things. So maybe that's an area you should be looking at very well, particularly with our local contractors. But to my next question, you realize that on page 28, under the Balungu Abindoni, road, you had indicated in the last, the third line on that's under current program, you said that filling of the culvert approaches was suspended due to delay in payment. They say completion of the works will depend on the payment of the outstanding IPCs of the contractor. Mr. Speaker, the employer in this case is government. This is a project that you have awarded. Most often than not, when you award these contracts, and that because of the fact that the people do not have money to continue, and the rains set in, what then happens is that the project degenerates. You have all the things they have done, it gets messed up, and it becomes a source of inconvenience for people who even use those stretches. How soon are you going to make these payments available for the contractor to be able to work on this?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think I've agreed with my honorable colleague, there are consequences for payment to be delayed because road construction is a process. You move from one process to the other, and until the road is sealed and firmed up, all the area stages are exposed to deterioration, particularly if there is a torrential rainfall. So government paying contractors on time to enable contractors move ahead to complete project is paramount. But that's why I've indicated that anybody who hasn't got the capacity and the resources in road construction has no business entering there. In most times, we get a lot of people. Everybody wants to be a contractor in Ghana, but people fail to ask whether they have the capacity or the resources or the means to undertake that job. So government is always desirous to pay. And for the past 4 or 5 years, government has been paying a lot to contractors consistently. But, payment depends upon availability of money, and availability of money depends on the taxes that all of us pay. So if everybody pays his taxes and revenue accrues into the kitty and there is money, all this would be done. So let me use this opportunity to appeal to everybody, every Ghanaian, that we want growth, we want development, we want other things. We should be prepared to pay taxes. I thank you.
My last question.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. Just on the part that the minister ended about Ghanaians should pay tax and other things because they need roads. I see that in the 2022 budget, you had even captured that you are going to look at some of those things, so you need money. I think, is it possible, as a member of government, that the suggestions that have been given to government by the minority that cut down on corruption, make sure that the tax waiver bill that has been brought here, we pass it. Make sure that the irregularities...
Is that a follow-up to your question?
It's a follow-up, sir.
It's not. Can they come back to your question,
yes.
please?
So the irregularities, the financial irregularities that have been captured by the Auditor General's report of about 12.8 billion. As a member of cabinet,
that is factually incorrect. I won't let you even repeat that.
Excuse me?
That 12.8 billion is factually incorrect. So let's move away. Come back to your question.
Okay, so let me come back to the fact that, is it possible that if we cut down on general corruption in public service, we'll be able to get money to do some of the projects that are yet even to be programmed on? I'm just using the last admonition that you gave to us, whether you are ready to cut down on corruption to ensure that we have money available for some of these things.
Honourable Minister, don't answer. Your last admonition was that contractors must make sure they have muscle before they bid for bids. So, please, don't answer that. Question number 336, Honourable Member for Jirapa.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways. When the contractor working on the Jirapa to Babili Road will resume work.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Jirapa to Babili Road is 17 kilometers long. It is an engineered gravel road in fair surface condition. It connects Jirapa on the Nadori to Jirapa to Nandom Road to Babili on the Nadori-Babili-Nandom Trunk Road in the Jirapa municipality of the Upper West Region. Mr. Speaker, currently 3 contracts have been awarded on the entire 17-kilometer road as follows. 1. Upgrading of Jirapa-Babili Feeder Road, Phase 1, covering the first 4 kilometers. 2. Upgrading of Jirapa to Babili Feeder Road, Phase 2, covering kilometer 4 to kilometer 9.5. The upgrading of the same feeder road, Phase 3, covering kilometer 9.5 to kilometer 17. Mr. Speaker, starting from the first phase of the road, that is between Jirapa and Babile, from kilometer 0 to 4, that is the first 4 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, contract for the upgrading of this feeder road as phase 1 commenced on 9th May 2018 and is expected to be completed on 9th May 2019. Works have been executed up to sea level with all safety furniture installed. Mr. Speaker, the project is 100% completed. 2. Upgrading of Jirapa to Babile phase 2 between kilometer 4 to kilometer 9.5. Mr. Speaker, the contract for the upgrading of this phase 2 commenced again on 9 February 2021 and was expected to be completed on 9 February 2022. Works executed so far include clearing of roadside vegetation, formation of the road, and the construction of double 2x2 meters box culverts. Mr. Speaker, works executed to date is projected at 9% physical completion. The contractor has abandoned site. Warning letters will be issued to the contractor to resume work, failure of which the necessary procedures will be followed to terminate the contract. C. Same Jirapa Babile feeder road phase 3, covering the distance between 9.5 to 17 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, contract for the upgrading of this road under phase 3 commenced on 9 February 2021 and is expected to be completed on 9 February 2022. Work executed so far include clearing of roadside vegetation, formation of road including side ditches and earthworks. Work executed to date is estimated at 7% physical completion. The contractor has abandoned site. A warning letter will be issued to the contractor to resume work, failure of which the necessary procedures will be followed to terminate the contract. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, this contract, the phase 2 project was awarded 9 February 2022 and is expected to be completed on the same 9 February 2022. And the contractor only did 9%. In the minister's answer on page 29, paragraph 5, the minister is saying that they are going to issue a warning letter, a project that was awarded 2020, 9 February, and the contractor did only 9%, and it's now that they are going to issue a warning letter. My question is, what accounted for the contractor doing only 9%? The minister has not given reasons why the contractor is not at site. What are the reasons? What accounted for the contractor doing only 9%?
Honourable Minister, do you know why the contractor left after 9%?
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I did indicate in my answer that the length of the entire road is 17 kilometers because we wanted to speed up work. We lotted this stretch into 3 and gave to 3 different contractors. Mr. Speaker, in my answer, the stretch between Jirapa and Babili, the first 4 kilometers. The contractor executed the project and is fully completed, 100%. This is the type of contractor that we want to see in our country. Strong contractors who come in with seriousness and who have capacity and resources to work. The project was awarded to 3 different contractors. Why is it that within the period, one of them has fully executed the project and completed? The other 2 couldn't. And this is exactly what I am talking about. People come in for job, they bid, they win, and they disappoint all of us. Not only government, not only your good self. They disappoint your constituents and the very good people of this country. So this is where government needs the support of all of us. That what is being embarked on now to cut off all contractors who have capacity to work should require the support of everybody. So I do not know why the contractor, performed so poorly and so abysmally, but it's not far-fetched. It means that those contractors came in, won the contract because they put in their bids, but they didn't have the capacity to execute the job. As simple as that. We are taking steps to terminate all such contracts. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, before the contractor went to site, between Babili and then from Babili to go coming to Jirapa, there was a box culvert, and the contractor went to excavate the culvert. And as a result of that, the people from Babili coming to Jirapa and the vice versa cannot commute, or they cannot patronize the usage of the road. And I'm worried because the rainy season will soon start again. What assurance can the minister give to the people of Jirapa that the contractor will be able to fix the 2 mm box culvert? Even if that one alone is fixed, I want the minister to advise the contractor to concentrate on fixing the box culvert first, so that when the rainy season catches up, people will be able to use the road.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from my answer, there is no ambiguity about the capacity of the contractor. The contractor lacks the capacity to undertake any job on the project. So my ministry will not waste its time to direct him to go back to perform the activity of fixing the box culvert. Even the construction of the road itself, the contractor is incapable of carrying it out. How much more fixing a box culvert, which is a more laborious work and which involves a lot of resources, iron rods, cement, and you need engineers to be on site to work for you, and the contractor simply hasn't got that capacity. So my answer is that the contract will be terminated and a more capable contractor found. But because of the fear of perhaps impending rainfall and the danger it poses, that culvert could be brought under an emergency treatment of my ministry and see how it can be fixed
by our mobile maintenance unit. If need be, we will take that option. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my last question to the Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways is, in as much as people want to be contractors, and in as much as many people want to be contractors or road contractors without having the capacity, but I also think that it is the duty. I also think it is the duty of the ministry to supervise and award projects to contractors that have the capacity to deliver. So, from what you presented here, Honorable Minister, one might be tempted to think that the ministry is sleeping on their job, and I will urge that you try to be on top of the job. If a contractor is not able to perform, you just said that one of them is able to work very well, which I have seen. I've seen the job that contractor did. Now, there is one that is not able to do anything at all because you awarded a project that was supposed to be completed within a year.
Cut the commentary and ask the question.
My question is that the ministry should be very responsible. The ministry should do due diligence in awarding contracts, especially road contractors or contracts to road contractors. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, I think this is an advice to you and your ministry. Very well. Honorable Member for Chanapaga, Thomas Adadalo, question number 338. Yes, may I ask your question now?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the Minister will complete works on the Kandega to Srigu Road in the Kasana West district of the Upper East Region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Kandiga Junction to Sirigu Road is 17 kilometers long. It is an engineered interdistrict feeder road linking Kandiga in the Katsina-Nankana Central District to Sirigu in the Katsina-Nankana West District of the Upper East Region. Mr. Speaker, the first 5 kilometers of the road is bitumen surface in fair surface condition, whilst the remaining section from kilometer 5 to kilometer 17, that is the next 12 kilometers, is gravel in poor surface condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the first 10 kilometers were awarded in 2 lots to 2 contractors in January 2011 and August 2011 respectively for bitumen surfacing and the cocoa board funding. The contractor executing the first 5 kilometers carried out the works up to the final C but failed to install the road furniture. The contractor working on the second 5 kilometers also worked up to base layer and abandoned the work. Both contracts have been terminated and is being considered for award under the 2022 budget of the Department of Federal Roads. The future program for these roads is that, Mr. Speaker, engineering design studies has been conducted on the last 7 kilometers of the road for rehabilitation. The implementation of the project will be considered under the 2022 Department of Federal Roads budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the attention of the minister to the real state of that road as it is now, because you realize that a number of contracts have been awarded in the past and they've not been executed. Now the road has deteriorated to the point that there are what we call manholes in that part of the road. To the point that the members of the community have to organize and fill those potholes. And they are not potholes, they are really manholes. Even to the point that some culverts along the road have been broken, and then the members will also organize to rehabilitate those culverts. So my question is, Mr. Speaker, how soon are these re-awards going to be done? And is it possible, if they are not going to be done now, for us to re-gravel the road, and to make it accessible? Other than that, when the next rains come, the people will cut off from the main towns of the place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I fully agree with my honorable colleague. From my answer, the entire road, the 17-kilometer road, was given to two different contractors, and they really worked to substantial completion. The first contractor who worked on the first 5 kilometers even worked to the point of putting on the final seal, that is the second seal of the road. He was only short of putting on the road furniture. And the road furniture includes the safety measures, road signs, road line marking, perhaps crash barriers, and all that constitute the road furniture. So it was virtually completed. The second contractor also worked to substantial completion, but was short of sealing the road. So once the road was not sealed, it was obviously subjected to deterioration. And my answer also indicated that this project was awarded at that time, 2011, under COCOBO. So they had their own arrangement. But whether it was awarded by COCOBO at that time or not is part of the total road network. That is why my ministry is taking up the challenge of working under the Feeder Road 2022, that is this year's budget, to repair the damage on that road. So that will be carried on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, hello.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the minister for the answer. I need to plead that, for heaven's sake, let's try and work on that road, like I said, because a good number of my people will cut off from the city roads. So I beg you, please, let's try and work on it. Thank you very much.
Very well. Honorable, he's pleading that try and work on his road for him. Very well. Honorable Member for Anglo will ask question number 344. Richard Kwame Sefe. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I would like to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways why construction works on the following roads have stalled. I got to Tragvi, Baku, and Chroma Junction to Fiaho Roads. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Agotor to Trelgwe to Belpo Feeder Road is a section of the Agotor to Trelgwe to Brimazado Feeder Road, covering a distance of 22 kilometers and located in the Anro district of the Volta region. Currently, Mr. Speaker, contract for the bituminous surfacing of the entire 22-kilometer Agotor to Trelgwe to Brimazado Feeder Road, including the Agotor Trelgwe Beko section, was awarded on 7th December 2016 with an expected completion date of 17th February 2018. The contractor abandoned site after achieving 40% of physical progress. Efforts to get the contractor back to site have since failed. The Department of Feeder Roads is instituting the necessary measures to terminate the contract and repackage for award. The future program, Mr. Speaker, on this road is that the contract is expected to be repackaged for award after the termination by the end of the second quarter of the year, that is 2022. 2. Kome Junction to Viazor Road. Mr. Speaker, this road is 8 kilometers long and partially engineered and is in poor condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there is no program on the road, but the future arrangement is that engineering studies will be conducted during the second quarter of 2022 this year for cost estimates to be prepared for consideration under the 2023 budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member. Any follow-up question, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to know from to inquire from the Honourable Minister, now that we are about to enter another rainy season. Normally, during the rainy season, it's very difficult for vehicles to ply the road. As he mentioned, it was clear that chunk of the job on this particular road was done. The only thing left by then was bituminous surfacing. Unfortunately, as he mentioned, the contractor left site. And according to the contractor, he said government was doing auditing, after which he will continue with the project. The question is, what can he assure my good self and the people of Shima area, that includes Trevi, Agotwe, and Bapu, that during this, as he's having the plan to institute necessary measures to repackage the road for award, what can we do for now so that areas that are already susceptible to the flooding and other challenges will be seen to temporarily, so that the people will have some form of respite during the rainy season? Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, generally, every road lying everywhere in every region is expected to receive an attention from the ministry. Almost the 80,000 kilometers of the total road network that we have in our country should be worked on, but obviously it's clear that we cannot work on all these roads simultaneously. So what we do in the ministry is that, apart from the roads identified and going or undergoing rehabilitation, the rest of the roads until it gets to their turn come under a maintenance program, depending upon where and what road it is, whether it's a trunk road under Ghana Highway Authority or feeder road under Feeder Roads Department or city road under urban roads. So I can assure my good friend, my honorable colleague, and the people of your constituency that until we come to work on this road as is expected, it will and should be covered under the road maintenance scheme. But I also want to end by advising that it is important that between us we work together to remind ourselves and let that happen. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to use the opportunity to thank the road minister for this assurance and to ask of him, as he mentioned right now, if there is anything that I could do apart from what I have done now, so that my people will have that comfort now and forever. Thank you.
Very well. Question number 347, Honorable Member for Afadjato South, Angela Oforiwa Alowute. Honorable Angela Tay. Very well. Question number 630, Honorable Member for Fantiakwa South. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I just discovered that my sister, the honorable member for Afadjato South, is not in the house. So, in pursuance of our practices, I may seek your leave to ask the question on her behalf, so that for today the record will bear that the question has been asked and answered, so that we don't have to go and come back. Mr. Speaker, humbly submitted.
Well, there's no indication that she has asked you to ask the question on her behalf. You didn't say so either. So the answers have been provided in the standing order paper. So I'm sure that should be sufficient if she's not here.
Mr. Speaker, that's why I preface my submission by saying that pursuance of our established practices, sometimes we give the leave for us to ask, even though we may not have the express permission of the sponsor of the question, so that the Hansard will bear that, at least for today.
Well, in that case, you tell me that you have her permission. Then the record reflects that you said so. I didn't give you her permission. If you say she gave you her permission.
Mr. Speaker, I have her permission to ask.
Very well.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways, when contractors in charge of the following road projects will return to site after work was suspended since 2017. 1. Nyangbo Agodome to Konda. 2. Logba Alakweti to Tota to Kriko. 3. Saviope Agopo to Nyangbo Shrine. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the background to Nyako Agodome to Konda Road, measuring 5.5 kilometers, Logba Alakwete to Total to Kripo, 4 kilometers, and Saviafe Akoko to Nyago Stroy, 6.20 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, these are feeder roads and are all engineered roads with gravel surface in poor condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there is no program for any of these roads. But the future arrangement is that engineering design studies and estimates will be concluded on the roads by the second quarter of 2022, which is this year, for consideration under the 2023 budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the minister has just told the House that for all these 3 listed roads, there's no program for any of them at all. And that is disheartening to hear. So will he assure the House that at least, even though these roads have been awarded and suspended, at least for this year, one will be considered for continuation, at least one, for this year, 2022?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, assurance is hereby given subject to availability of money. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, yes, assurance in respect of Pottery. So would the Honorable Minister at least assure the House that even though it may not come back, there's no program for the contractors to come back and apply bitumen? Would there be resurfacing, regraveling, reshaping, at least for the people to make the road neutral, at least?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is desirable, subject to availability of money. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I give up.
Question 630. Honorable Member for Fantiakwa South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways the cost of the Chroma Circle Interchange, and as compared to the Pokwas Interchange. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I begin with Chroma Circle Interchange. Mr. Speaker, this project had 2 components which together are known as the ABER, that is Chroma Circle Interchange. 1. The main objective of the project was to improve the vehicular flows on the Chroma Circle and also reduce pedestrian vehicular conflict, thereby improving safety. This project was also to help address the perennial flooding at the Chroma Circle with improved drainage channels and new bridges on the Odo River to allow unhindered flow of the bridge points. At the bridge points. Mr. Speaker, the Chroma Circle Interchange project commenced in September 2012 and was substantially completed in June 2015. The final cost of the project was €74,880,000. 2. The design and construction of Ring Road flyover project. The objective of this project was to improve the vehicular flows on the Kwame Nkrumah Circle and also reduce pedestrian vehicular conflict, thereby improving safety. It complements the Kwame Nkrumah Circle Interchange project. The scope of works include ring road viaducts measuring 925 meters, loops of 290 meters, ramps, construction of ancillary roadworks, reconstruction and rehabilitation of lorry stations in project areas, construction of Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park / monument, police post, fire station, ambulance station, and Odo Bridge extension. The design and construction of Ring Road flyover project commenced in September 2015 and was substantially completed in September 2016. The final cost of the project was $170 million. The combined cost of the project using Bank of Ghana rates as at September 17, 2012 was, that is €1 to 2.4941 Ghana cedis and $1 to 1.9026 Ghana cedis, was estimated at $268,159,470 Ghana cedis 20 pesos. That is the total cost for those projects. It was $259,159,472.20. Pokwasi Interchange. The ACP junction at Pokwasi is a key intersection along the Accra-Kumasi Highway, also known as the N6, which had hitherto the completion of the interchange been characterized by traffic congestion during morning and evening peak seasons, that's peak hours. The Speaker, in line with the transport sector objective of government and to ease congestion and reduce delay at the intersection, the Pokwasi Interchange project was commissioned. The following were the components of the project: 2 kilometers of bridge, that is including the ramps, Accra Kumasi, 2.2 kilometers, 2-lane dual carriage, Awoshi Kwabenya, 5.7 kilometers of 2-lane dual carriageway, Pokwasi Kwabenya, 1 kilometer of 2-lane single carriageway, then local roads of 12 kilometers, storm drain of 7 kilometers, foot bridges, that is as ACP Junction and Pokwasi, 2 in number, then Pelican Crossing, 4 in number, 20 kilometers of walkways, and 1,200 street lights. The project commenced in April 2018 and was substantially completed in July 2021. The final cost of the project was $73,572,624 United States dollars 32 cents, and Ghana component of 1,682,357 Ghana cedis 88 pesos. The combined cost of the project using Bank of Ghana rates as at April 17, 2018, which was 4.4043 Ghana cedis to the dollar, is estimated at $73,954,605.08. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Minister, for the exhaustive answer. I noticed in your answer that you said that the project was also to help address the perennial flooding at the Kwame Nkrumah Circle and improve drainage channels and new bridges on the Odo River to allow an in flow of the bridge points. I want to know whether the new bridges on the Odo River has been done and whether the perennial flooding has been solved. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I want to know whether the perennial flooding has been solved and whether the bridges on the Odo River has been constructed.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Kwame Nkrumah Circle interchanges I indicated in my answer was made up of, if you like, two lots, even though it was considered to be one single composite project. The first one was undertaken covering the circle bridge itself. The second one was undertaken, which was designed and constructed, and was known as the Ring Road Flyover Project. And the objective was, one, to improve vehicular flows on the Kwame Nkrumah Circle, because a lot of areas were found to be in conflict so far as vehicular movement was concerned. And again, to improve on safety and to check flooding. I cannot say that after the construction, the flooding is completely checked, but to a large extent, there is an improvement at the intersection. And to undertake interchange construction, we also take into consideration learning from the experiences of Kwame Nkrumah interchange. We take into consideration the flooding aspect of the location and where the interchanges are sited. So I can assure this Honorable House and the people of this country that the ongoing Obichebi-Lamte interchange, which is at its second and final phase, it was taken into consideration the perennial flooding at the circle, which almost every year was disturbing the area, including the central mosque area and the chapel, that big chapel at the interchange vicinity. So we have made conscious effort to ensure that flooding does not take place after the completion of that work. And if you also look at the just completed Pokwasi Interchange. We constructed as long as 17, almost kilometers of drainage, to check the perennial flooding along that road. So we made that aspect part of the project cost. So flooding has always been a very significant part in interchange construction and road construction generally, so that wherever we experience flooding or we identify as flood-prone areas, we consider as part of the scope of works, the fact that after the construction, the flooding should also cease to complement the effort of government. So, to a very large extent, the Nkrumah Circle flooding has minimized, but we cannot say that the construction of the interchange has completely dealt with that problem. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
So the minister can assure me that the new bridges on the Odo River has been done. That is my first question or my supplementary question. But I realize that in the design, the scope of work for the project, I'm talking about the Kwame Nkrumah Interchange, included, among others, a police station, an ambulance station, reconstruction and rehabilitation of lorry stations, reconstruction and rehabilitation of markets, and so many other things, about 10 other auxiliary projects. I want to know whether these auxiliary projects have been done, since they form part of the $268 million budget. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, there were a number of projects to be undertaken, and the scope of work covered a number of activities, including police posts, fire station, ambulance station, Odo Bridge extension, and after the completion of the work, all these were supposed to be provided as part of the project. And I must say that I have to cross-check to see that all these were provided. But because the project was completed and commissioned and taken over, and there hasn't been any issue arising from the availability or non-availability of this project, I believe that since they constituted the part of the scope of the project, they were provided. But I have to cross-check and see whether they are all there and they are all functioning. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, you are done. You have exhausted all your questions.
Mr. Speaker, this is not a constituency-specific question.
I know, but you're entitled to 3 follow-up questions, which you have exhausted. So I can take another person, but not you. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, this is a public interest question that I'd like to find out from the Roads Minister. Recently, we heard, or let me say, we even saw in the media, in connection with these 2 flyovers activities that I would say were unwarranted going on in these areas. First one, the Pokwase, we witnessed a chop bar being seriously, let me say, coming up or being operated under the flyover. And when you come to even Circle, somebody started putting up a building, I would say, by putting up a concrete with blocks coming up. My question is, what has happened to these people if you consider these infractions, and who is in charge of these infrastructure once the construction is done and left? For example, lightning. If any of these street lights in those areas goes off, who is in charge or who should ensure that the lights come on, and so on and so forth? I want to know. And what are we doing as a ministry in conjunction with the...
I think you want to ask your own question. These do not emanate from the question asked by the Honourable Member for Fontaine South. Neither do they emanate from the answers given by the Minister. So you may want to file your own question to elicit your own answers, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and I'm guided, except for the fact that what I'm saying is in connection with these two flyovers. I'm just asking a foreign interest question.
The question was a cost. So anything outside the cost is not admissible under this question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honourable Minister, you have one more question to answer. It's in the name of the Honourable Member for Kintampo South, Honourable Alexander Jan. Very well. The answers as contained in the answer sheet will be reported in the Hansard. Thank you. Official report, yes. Honourable Minister, we thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. You are discharged now. Now, Honourable Minister for Agric will take the seat, and the second Deputy Speaker will now take the seat. Honourable Member for South Day, you may now ask question number 427.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity once more. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Food and Agriculture what steps have been taken to implement the government's Planting for Food and Export program in the Southern constituency. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government initiated a Planting for Export and Rural Development program as a way of diversifying the country's agricultural export earnings from the tree crop sector, dominated largely by cocoa. The vision is to develop other tree crops with high economic potential, such as coconut, mango, oil palm, rubber, shea, and cashew. Between 2018 and 2020, a total of 23.2 million seedlings of the various tree crops have been produced and distributed to farmers through the district assemblies as implementing agencies of the program. Given the potential economic benefits of planting for export and rural development paired to the country, the government sponsored the enactment of the Tree Crop Development Act, TDCA 1010, in 2019, and subsequently inaugurated the authority in September 2020 and to develop and regulate the subsector. Mr. Speaker, the paired module, one of the 5 pillars of the PFJ, is a demand-driven intervention the implementation of which depends on the level of interest of farmers and investors in the certain crops being promoted. Currently, data collection is underway to ascertain specific commodity interests of farmers across the various districts of the country. This includes the South Day district, where the South Day constituency is located. The collated data will help determine the total quantity of planting materials required for distribution by the various district assemblies. Once completed, the farmers in the South Day constituency can look forward to the supply of the planting material. Mr. Speaker, with the establishment of TCDA, the PAIR program has been subsumed under the authority for its effective development. This will ensure the sustainability of the program and the inclusion of all tree crops growing areas of the country in the course of time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable, any supplementary question?
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Minister for his response in respect of the progress of this project in my constituency. Is it possible for him to give an indication as to the number of farmers who are presently participating under the program in Southdown?
Honorable Minister, can you give the numbers out?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have that information now. I can supply later. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Member.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, I form paragraph 2 of the Minister's response. It speaks of the planting for export and rural development, which is PED, as a result of which this House promulgated the Tree Crop Development Act, Act 1010. The news making the round is that for farmers who will be participating under this program pursuant to this act are likely to pay some levies. And if the Honorable Minister can clarify that, because it was on the news about 3 days ago, and I was asked by a couple of farmers regarding that. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, farmers do not pay a penny. It's 100% subsidy for the seedlings. Thank you.
Your final supplementary question, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, that will be all.
That will be all. Very well. We move to question number 429. That stands the name of a member for Kita, Honorable Kwame Gape. Yes, Honorable, the Minister is available for your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Food and Agriculture what steps the ministry is taking to mitigate shortages of poultry feed and its high cost for the local poultry farmers.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The major ingredients in poultry feed are maize and soya. These ingredients constitute about 80% of the ration, and therefore increases in prices of the two commodities will affect the cost of poultry feed on the market. In 2021, due to the drought experienced in some parts of the country and the influx of traders from neighboring countries, there was a shortage of maize and soybeans in the country, resulting in price hikes. This resulted in the scarcity of the two commodities and the attendant high cost of poultry feed in the country. Mitigation measures. Mr. Speaker, the government's response has been to mitigate the adverse impact on the poultry industry through the following measures. 1. The issuance of permits for the importation of 60,000 metric tons of yellow maize by the private sector as an initial intervention. 2. Securing executive approval to strictly regulate the export of grains, including maize, rice, and soya, during the first quarter of the current year, 2022. This is to ensure the availability of maize and soybeans on the market, and the stabilization of prices to ensure cheaper poultry feed. 3. Suspension of wood bran export by flour mill companies and the redirection of the commodity to local poultry farmers through their associations. The arrangement was the outcome of a meeting between my good self, the Honorable Minister for Food and Agriculture, and all the 4 flour mills companies in Ghana. The intervention has resulted in increased availability of wheat bran for poultry and livestock farmers in general. In addition, Mr. Speaker, maize harvest during the 2021 minus season in October 2021 turned out favorably, shoring up maize supply on the market and a consequent reduction in the price of the commodity. The construction of 80 1,000 metric ton capacity warehouses for storage of grains to stabilize the grains market, and the development of poultry and other industries. This is yet another major government intervention based on its foresight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member, any further question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. My question is, this question was filed almost about 4 months ago. I would like to find out from the Minister whether the issuance of permits to import 60,000 metric tons of yellow maize have arrived in Ghana. I would like to know.
Very well, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Interestingly enough, with the pressure from the poultry industry, we had to very reluctantly issue these permits. But, Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is the prices that farmers were complaining, poultry farmers were complaining about of maize turned out to be higher than what is on the world market. So none of the permits that we issued were able to be utilized except, I think, 5,000 metric tons by Tema flour mills. Thank you.
Honorable, any further question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for the opportunity. In answering this question, the Minister points to securing executive approval to restrict and regulate the export of grains. My question to the Minister is, one of the backbone for planting for food and agriculture is to make earnings from foreign exchange. Now, planting for food and agriculture, we were all told is working well. I want to find out from the Minister why they wanted to use securing executive approval to restrict export of grains in the country.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you said, the production of these 2 crops, that's maize and soya, have been going up substantially in the 5 years of planting for food and jobs. At the same time, our data on exports to neighboring countries show that exports have been going up even more strongly in a very informal way. So we are not benefiting at all from foreign exchange earnings or anything. People come into this country, they change their CFA or their Naira into local currency, buy on our markets, pack and go, and nothing happens. And that we find to be the biggest reason why poultry farmers are driving the prices of maize and soya are being driven up. Whilst we are subsidizing our production to increase production, Neighboring countries are benefiting, putting anything back. So hence the decision that we, as a temporary measure to make these crops available to our livestock industry, we will restrict the flow of these crops to neighboring countries to make them available to our farmers. Thank you.
As your final supplementary question, Honorable.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. In provision to answering this question, the minister made mention that construction of 80,000 metric tons of storage capacity across the country. And it is yet another major government intervention based on its foresight. I would like to find out from the minister, looking at the 2022 budget, there is no provision for construction of 100,000 metric tons of storage. What is the source of money for this project?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if the honorable member has been following the budget proceedings in this House, you would have noticed that in the last 4 years, there has been provision for the construction of warehouses. All these warehouses have now been completed and have been taken over by my good self as the minister in charge of the sector. And we have to decide how we're going to manage these warehouses. But already, Mr. Speaker, some of the warehouses are being used. That's how this facility has become. Although they have not been, the decision has not been taken as to how we are going to manage them because of the dire need for these warehouses. Informally, I saw it myself in parts of the northern region when I went on an inspection in December. So it is not that we are going to build them. In the 4 years, we have built 80 warehouses, each of which has a capacity to store 1,000 metric tons of grain. Thank you.
Honorable Eric.
Thank you very much.
Let me allow you, because this is not constituency specific, so you can ask.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in February 2021, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, was in this House to fulfill a constitutional duty, and he indicated to us that we had produced maize in excess of our demand, and we're even exporting the excess to neighboring countries. Today, the minister is here, indicating to us that in 2021, Ghana experienced shortage of maize and soya beans. How can the minister reconcile these two important statements before this August House?
Yes, Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there is a vast difference between demand for maize for human consumption and demand for maize for industrial use. We are talking about demand for maize for industrial use. So the distinction has to be made very, very clearly. And this, as I said, the Speaker, even when we were able to issue permits for the import of 60,000 metric tons of yellow maize, none of the 4 companies that we issued this permit to were able to bring in the product. And it's very simple, because the world price of maize was higher than the price of maize in Ghana, which they were complaining about. It's very simple. Thank you.
Honorable Eric, we don't have the opportunity to ask any.
On the same person.
No. Honorable. Respectfully, no. Ranking. Okay, let him give you the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Just a quick follow-up. When His Excellency the President, therefore, in this House, in delivering the SONA of 2021, talks about the export of maize, net export of maize, which of the categories, Honorable Minister, was the President referring to? For industrial or for home consumption?
Yes, Minister.
Obviously for industrial, because we are talking about the statistics for exports to neighboring countries. Exports of these three major grain items have been going up from the statistics collected by this ministry. So we are talking about the net that we gave a permit because the industrial use was not enough, and therefore they were asking that they import. Of course, we knew, because we've been following the Chicago market, that the prices of maize and other grains on the international market are higher than the domestic market, although the domestic were complaining about the fact that the prices were too high. And this is basically the explanation that is given, that we are exporting. The President said net exports, as you quote him. And the next exports is what is being imported and what is being exported, the difference. And we are saying that if the surpluses had remained in this country, there would have been more than enough for the producers, the processors of poultry and other livestock, and maize and soya processors. But they were the ones who were complaining about the prices. So that's exactly the situation. So what I'm saying is no different from what the President came to say to this House. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move to question number 559. That stands the name of a member for North Tongue, Honorable Samuel Okudzeto-Abraka.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I rise to ask the Honorable Minister for Food and Agriculture if COCOBOD has engaged in write-offs of expired chemicals and fertilizers between the period 2017 and 2020, and if so, the value of the write-offs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, 396th meeting held on the 2nd of November 2018, the Board of Directors of Ghana Cocoa Board granted approval for the write-off of chemicals and fertilizers, most of which were procured in 2016 during the term of the previous NDC administration, but did not go through the proper testing process. The total value of the chemicals and fertilizers was 23,957,525 cedis and 7 pesos. Mr. Speaker, I've given a detailed breakdown of these chemicals and their quantities and their values in the table which follows. Then the products concerned, namely Predapod, Akate Power, and Little Bit Foliar Fertilizer, were mainly products which did not go through the required testing processes by the Cocoa Research Institute of Ghana, CRIC, but was procured in 2016. The new management, upon assumption of office in 2017, under the Akufo-Addo administration, observed that the products did not go through the proper testing procedure. Hence, their efficacy and safety was questionable. Further investigation indicated that the Predapod was tested over a period of 6 months, from May to November 2014, as against the minimum testing period of 3 years. The active ingredient contained in the product, Predapod, was twice that indicated by the manufacturer. In addition, residue analysis was not done before the procurement of the product. and that was a threat to Ghana's cocoa meeting the acceptable maximum residue levels on the international market. Based on the above, Ghana Cocoa Board suspended the use of the products as Pridaport, Akati Power, and Lithobid foliar fertilizer, since their efficacy and safety could not be guaranteed. The value of the three products constituted about 99.3% of the value that was written off. Secondly, the value of Pridaport alone forms 73.9% of the three products. In the circumstance, Mr. Speaker, the efficacy and safety of these products could not be assured. Hence, the suspension of its use, which led to the expiry and the write-off of the value from the books of Cocoa Board. The other products, which constitute less than 1% of the value that was written off, were reserved for emergency use, and since no such emergency situation arose, it could not be used as expected, hence its expiry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Yes, Honorable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have three supplementary questions. The first one, Mr. Speaker, is from the first paragraph of the Honorable Minister's response. The Honorable Minister tells this House that at its 396th meeting, Cocoa Board, the Board of Directors, granted approval for the write-offs of chemicals and fertilizers. I'm quoting verbatim from the Minister's response. Is the Honorable Minister aware that per the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Cocoa Board's Board of Directors has absolutely no legal basis to grant approvals? It is this House, Parliament. The board is usurping the authority of Parliament. It has no right at all to grant approval. Is the Honorable Minister aware that Section 53 of the Public Financial Management Act, Act 921, gives Parliament, and only Parliament, the authority to grant approval for write-offs? Is he aware? And what has he done to rectify this, particularly as the 2020 Auditor General's report has indicted Cocoa Board and the Ministry? And Mr. Speaker, if I will quote, says that from page 260, paragraph.
Honorable, I think your question is already asked.
But this is important. The Auditor General says that, quote, management, however, could not provide evidence of parliamentary approval for the write-offs of the value or loss from the books of account, unquote. This is the Auditor General. So the Honorable Minister cannot be telling this House that Cocoa Board has granted approval. What is he doing about this usurpation, clear illegal conduct of Cocoa Board?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the question was, am I aware? I'm not. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, it's really, really serious that the Honorable Minister says he's not aware of the laws governing the conduct of write-offs under his ministry. That statement, Mr. Speaker. My second question is from Section 53(5) of the Public Financial Management Act, Act 921. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I quote. It says, the minister shall, within 3 months after the end of each financial year, lay before Parliament, a statement of the losses written off by the minister in accordance with subsection 1. B, a statement of the losses written off by the minister in accordance with subsection 4. And C, a list of the public officers surcharged for the loss of or deficiency in public monies or public resources. This write-off, the board met in 2018 and did these write-offs without parliamentary approval, illegal write-offs. We are in 2022. I have checked our records in this house. The minister has not laid any report on these write-offs, as the law requires under Section 53(5), that within 3 months after the financial year, he should provide a report to this house. Why has the Honourable Minister not presented a report on these write-offs to the House, as Section 53(5) of the law stipulates?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can only submit a report to this House if I have the technical details from Ghana Cocoa Board. His question, the honourable member's question, is to do with chemicals and fertilizers between the period 2017 and 2020. And the answer that I gave was very clear, that that decision to write off was by Ghana Cocoa Board and not the minister. So there is nothing there that I can see as having conducted to counter any law, to start with. And secondly, we are talking about officials who have gone against the regulations of this country and have imported and tested chemicals sold to farmers not meeting the laws of this country. This is a most serious infringement of the laws of this country. And I would have thought that, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member will be more concerned about those issues than the submission of reports. Thank you.
Very well. So, Honourable, you are allowed to supplement the question.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the Honourable Minister that I'm certainly concerned about the laws of our country being followed. Absolutely concerned. And that's why I'm disappointed at the Honourable Minister. He is telling this House that he doesn't know about the laws regulating write-offs. He is in breach. He's not presenting reports. And he thinks that that doesn't matter. It really matters. It's a fundamental issue. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister tells this House that the people who imported these chemicals did not have the adequate testing carried out, that they tested for only 6 months instead of 3 years. Is the Honourable Minister aware that CRIC, which is the institution that is responsible for granting these tests, is he aware that they handed out a certificate confirming that those who imported these chemicals have acted above board and that there's nothing wrong with the chemicals? Is he aware that CRIC, his own Cocoa Research Institute of Ghana, issued a certificate to the companies that will virtually, as it were, discount the claims that the Honourable Minister is making? Is he aware of the CRIC certificate? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I remind the honourable member that I was a ranking member for Food, Agriculture and Cocoa Affairs at the time this happened. And it happened under the watch of his government, not the government of Akufo-Addo. It happened in 2016 when the cocoa industry was under the government of the NDC, when the virus, Soli shoot virus, was raging in the western region and nothing was being done about it, and all kinds of things happening negatively to the cocoa industry. So he cannot blame anybody in the Akufo-Addo government for what happened, for all these misdeeds and more practices which took place that we are recounting today. Mr. Speaker, that is the situation. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, he hasn't answered my question.
Honourable member, hold on. You know the standard in this House.
No, but that's not the question I asked.
The owner
I didn't ask under which government did these things happen.
Honourable,
I'm talking about a CRIP certificate.
Honorable, I'm not admitting your question again.
No. You
can pass on to somebody else. I'm not admitting.
No, Mr. Speaker, you are not being fair to me.
Yes, let me come to Honorable.
You admitted my third supplementary question, which has not been answered, Mr. Speaker.
No, I mean you. No. I mean you. Let me hear
Speaker.
You.
No, Mr. Speaker, please. Mr. Speaker, we have to follow the rules.
Honorable members, I've not asked Honorable Eric to speak. I invited you to speak. If you don't have any question.
Let me conclude the matter.
Oh no, we don't have any question. So let me hear you. The standard is that
question has not been
the
answered.
owner of the question, after the main question, if you are not satisfied with the answer, you have three supplementary questions. You've asked the three supplementary questions. Please, let me give the opportunity to the other.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like the ranking member to take over. Thank you.
Very well. Let me hear you, Honorable Eric.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister indicates in his answer that the infringement relating to the purchase of the chemicals occurred in 2016. But the question is centered on the write-offs, which occurred in 2018 under his watch. And he himself has reported to this House that Cocoa Board acted in breach of the law referred to by the Honorable Okudzeto. I'm laying a solid foundation upon which the question can be asked.
Honorable Eric, please, just straightforward, just ask the question.
So, Mr. Speaker, as the questioner alluded to, the minister under that law ought to have secured parliamentary approval before taking the action he took. The Auditor General advised the minister in the report.
Honorable Eric, so what is your question? What's the supplementary question you intend?
Mr. Speaker, the question is that why did the minister not come to Parliament for parliamentary approval, even though the law categorically mandates the minister to have come to this House for that approval? Why did the minister?
Honorable member, respectfully, that question has been answered.
With all respect.
That question has been answered.
The minister said he wasn't aware of the law. Mr. Speaker, ignorance can never be accepted as an excuse.
So it has been answered.
The minister must indicate to us the reason why he decided not to seek parliamentary approval. Because he's talking about infringement. He who seeks equity must do equity. He himself has infringed upon the laws. He has infringed upon the laws. And we have the right to
we are not fighting with anybody, please. Yes, honorable member, let me hear you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to follow up. Right Honorable Speaker, permit me to refer to the Auditor General's report of 2020, page 260, paragraph 1280. With your permission, may I quote? We noted during our review, that's the Auditor General talking, we noted during our review that the Board of Directors approved the write-off of 23 million Ghana cedis as the value of expired chemicals and fertilizers from the books of Cocoa Board. Management, however, Mr. Speaker, could not provide evidence of parliamentary approval of the laws, but this was for expired products.
So, Mr. Speaker, in the minister's response, he introduces a new parameter of testing. My question is, why is the minister introducing testing as a requirement when the records, including the Auditor General, talks about parliamentary approval?
So what is your question?
That is the question, Mr. Speaker. The question is...
Please, I didn't get the question. So if I ask him what is the question...
So the question is, which parameter? Why is the minister introducing testing as a new parameter when the Auditor General raises the issue of expired chemicals? So the expiry is what the Auditor General raises. Testing is not the issue here. Why is testing suddenly become an issue here? That's my question, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear. There are rules and regulations governing the handling of chemicals. And these rules and regulations are part of parliamentary approval. So, talking about introducing testing is standard, part of the regulation that all chemicals in these circumstances should be tested, and that's why they were tested. And it says very clearly, and I will quote to you, Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, that the value of these three, Pop, Akatipa, and Lithovit, constitutes about 93.3% of the value that was written off. Secondly, the value of Pot alone forms 73%. So those chemicals, the stocks which were left over as a safety measure, expired in the course of the proceedings, and therefore had to be tested and destroyed. That's what it is. So I don't see the introduction of testing as anything. It's part of a regular means of going through the processes of disposing of chemicals which has expired. Thank you.
Very well. No, Honorable Eric, I'm not giving you the chance again, please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not asking a person.
No.
For the purposes of the
Honorable members, we move to question number. Okay, I'm giving you the last opportunity. I'm not giving you the opportunity. I gave you the opportunity, and you yielded the opportunity. So let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the minister has just told the House that now he is aware that he has to come for parliamentary approval. So when will he do so? Pursuant to Section 53(5) and present a report to this House. When will he do that? I thank you.
Honorable, come again.
Mr. Speaker, my simplest question is that the minister, now that he knows that he has to come to Parliament, pursuant to Section 53(5). Mr. President, pay attention. Mr. President, now, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw that. I withdraw that. Oh, you don't want it, Mr. Speaker. I withdraw that. Mr. Speaker, my question is, the Honourable Minister has given an indication to the House that he's aware that he has to come to Parliament. Now he's aware. So when will he do that and present a report? That's all I'm asking.
Well, Minister.
This import happened in 2016, Mr. Speaker. the Public Management Act wasn't in place. And therefore, at the time, it was the board which should take the decision. And it took the decision. Yeah, but the timing of the incident was 2016, when the Management Act was not in place. Thank you.
Very well. Oh, leader, are you also asking a question? Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Minister, if you can listen to my question. Honourable Minister, listen to my question. In answer to one of the supplementary questions, you said that most of the chemicals were procured under NDC. 2016. Most of the chemicals, which means that not all were procured by NDC. Can you tell this House what percentage or quantity was procured by the NDC and what quantity was procured by the MPP?
Honourable member, file a question. I'm not asking the minister to ask this question. Honourable members, this house is a house of records. I wouldn't allow the minister to guess any answer. If you are after the figures, please file a substantive question, and the minister will be asked to come here and answer. We move to question number 560. That stands the name of member for Krache East. Honorable Wisdom Didisu. Honorable, the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I write to ask the Minister for Food and Agriculture whether the Ministry has any plans to replicate the standard concept of previous administration where government made tractors and seedlings available to farmers at subsidized prices. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, the Planting for Food and Jobs campaign is a well thought out intervention designed and targeted at fast-tracking the modernization and transformation of Ghana's agriculture. Among the 5 modules of the PFJ being aggressively implemented are the food crops and mechanization modules. The crops module has strategic objectives of ensuring sustainable food security in the country, enhancing farmer incomes, and expanding job opportunities, especially for the teeming youth of the country. The module is by far the most successful, being the first to be rolled out in April 2017. It is underpinned by government's fertilizer subsidy program and the distribution of improved seeds to farmers in the country. Through the cross module, various blends of subsidized fertilizers have progressively been provided to farmers at a heavily subsidized rate during the 5-year stewardship of His Excellency the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. This has been complemented by the provision of over 90,000 metric tons of quality and certified seeds for farmers during the same period. The main food crops being promoted include maize, rice, sorghum, soybean, cowpea, groundnuts, cassava, orange, fresh, sweet potato, selected local and exotic vegetables. Under the mechanization module, the ministry is promoting the establishment of farm services as one-stop shop agricultural mechanization services that ensures ready and affordable farmer access to mechanization services. So far, a total of 176 new farm service centers have been established in addition to existing 89 inherited by the government. The services provided by these include land preparation, seeding, weeding, harvesting, spraying, drying, processing, etc. Mr. Speaker, clearly there is a gulf of difference between the SADA concept and the crops and mechanization modules of PFJ. Under the PFJ, improved seeds as opposed to ordinary seeds are distributed to farmers. Also, by contrast, the mechanization module is not limited to just the provision of tractors. The module makes available to farmers other machinery, including handheld equipment for small-scale farmers to reduce the drudgery in farming. To date, Mr. Speaker, a total of 8,980 units of various machinery and equipment have been imported and distributed to 927 beneficiaries, including 33 district assemblies. The farm machinery come with a government subsidy of 40% of the selling price. Provision of these farm machinery has significantly enhanced farmer access to mechanized services, reduced drudgery, and enhanced agricultural productivity and production. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Gidisu, I hope you are satisfied.
No, sir, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister, the farming season is fast approaching, and there will be much rush demand for government subsidized fertilizer, since some districts don't even have distributors. What plans the ministry putting in place to avert the shortage of government subsidized fertilizers in the country, and for that matter, Karachi is concerned?
Honorable members, Honorable Minister, before I answer the question, please, it's past 2 and I will indulge you to allow me to extend sitting beyond it. Honorable Minister, you may now answer the question. Honorable Gidisu, may you repeat the question, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The farming season is fast approaching, and there will be mad rush demand for fertilizers, especially the government subsidized ones, of course. And some districts don't even have distributors because it's so intensive, capital intensive, that they can't even afford to buy these fertilizers, large quantities, and store. Some regions, as I speak now, they don't have. I'm from Karachi's concerned, Mr. Speaker. What plan is the ministry putting in place to avert the shortage of government subsidized fertilizers in the country, and for that matter, Karachi is the Speaker? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we go along, we are learning from our experience. Initially, when we started the program, yes, the processes were a bit late, so some of the inputs got to farmers much later than they had wished. Over the period, we have rectified that so that inputs are ready at the time that farmers need them. And therefore, the same thing is happening as it happened last year, that fertilizers are available. The Speaker, I think what the Honourable Member is referring to are 2 different markets. There is an open market for fertilizers and seeds, and there is the subsidized market for fertilizers and seeds. He's referring to the subsidy component. And Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that 18 months ago, urea, for instance, landed at the port of Tema at a price of $350 per ton. That's 18 months ago. A few months ago, it reached over $1,200 per ton. And that is a global phenomenon. The shortage of fertilizers globally because of the higher prices of gas, which is the major input into manufacturing of fertilizers, has caused some plants in Europe, fertilizer manufacturing plants, to shut down. So the shortage is a global phenomenon, and the high prices are also a global phenomenon. So farmers should be prepared to pay a bit more than they have been doing in the previous years. Otherwise, of course, the budget is of a limited quantity, and if we were to maintain those levels, it's going to mean that only a few farmers could benefit. But the program seeks to cover all farmers in Ghana. So that is the situation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, some farmers complain bitterly of no difference between the price of government subsidized seedlings and that of the market prices. What is the ministry doing to regulate the prices in ensuing farming seasons? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have to understand, Mr. Speaker, that Ghana does not produce fertilizer. All our fertilizer requirements are from the international market. So what happens in the international market has a direct bearing on what happens to the fertilizer market in Ghana. The same thing, a very large proportion of improved seeds were also imported into this country. Through Planting for Food and Jobs, now in a lot of the crops, Ghana is almost self-sufficient in improved seeds. We still have to do hybrid maize because it's a more difficult thing to produce and so on. But we are encouraging entrepreneurs to go into hybrid seed production, for instance. So the conditions are different depending upon what input we are talking about. What we are doing is to encourage as much as possible to use, for instance, the new surplus of gas that we found in our seas to attract foreign investors to come into this country, to partner local investors to manufacture, to put a plant in place to manufacture fertilizer. But that's a long-term situation. Even if we had investors today, it will take 4 years for it to come into operation. So we still have to struggle with whatever happens in the international market. And that we are doing to the best of our ability. Thank you.
Honorable, your last question.
Yeah, my last question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, irrigation machines are also part of agri mechanization. I want to know from the Honourable Minister whether he has plans to promote irrigation farming in constituencies along Oti River and that of Volta, especially in my constituency, Crashes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
This government is doing everything to promote irrigation. I'm sure he's heard of the plan to put up this huge irrigation facility up north. And yes, we are doing what we can. Mr. Speaker, the thing is, irrigation is a highly capital-intensive activity, and we have a limited budget. So in terms of small-scale irrigation schemes, we have about 10 of them that we are completing over the last 2-3 years, struggling to complete them because of the constraints of capital. And once we complete what we have in the pipeline, we are going to select another batch, and I hope by then my friend's constituency will be considered. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the Minister's answer, page 7 of addendum paper, where he mentioned, paragraph 2, where he mentioned line 3, where he mentioned that so far a total of 176 new farm services centers have been established in addition to existing 89 inherited by the government. Would the Minister be kind enough to furnish this House the 176 new farm service centers that has been established under him? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Sovia, the Minister will not answer this question. File a substantive question, please. Honourable Eric, you've had a lot of opportunity to ask the Minister questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the minister's answer, the last paragraph, the minister indicates that subsidy on farm machinery is 40%. Mr. Speaker, before 7 January 2017, subsidy on farm machinery in Ghana was 60%. Can the minister indicate to us the reason for reducing the subsidy on farm machinery from 60% to 40%? Because cost of production obviously feed into the pricing of food in this country. Can the minister indicate the reasons for reducing subsidy on farm machinery in Ghana, as captured in his own answer?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, new king, new law. We choose to give 40%, but I even question the 60% that the honorable member is bandying about. I will have to check that, but whatever it is, we are giving 40%. Is that okay? Thank you.
Honorable members, we move to question number 706. That stands in the name of a member for Efija Kwabre North, Honorable Collins Admakumensa. Honorable, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Food and Agriculture the status of the greenhouse project since its implementation from 2017 and the plans the ministry has to upscale it to other regions of the country.
Very well. Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, greenhouse crop production has an immense potential to transform Ghana from a major vegetable importer to a net exporter of vegetables. Unlike normal vegetable production, greenhouse vegetable production is a modern and sophisticated method of producing vegetables of high value in controlled and clean, sheltered environment. The technology is a source of attraction to many, especially the youth, and may very likely help address the unemployment problems facing our country. In 2015, the government of Ghana signed a contract with Michels Agritop Limited from Israel to construct greenhouse training centers at 3 locations, Dawinya, Bojuasi, and Akumadan. The scope of works for the project includes the construction of training centers, greenhouse tunnels, complete with automated drip irrigation systems, pack houses, cold storage, a maintenance yard, and classrooms and dormitory accommodation for visiting resource persons. It is all laid out on a 5-hectare plot each at Dawinya, Akumadan, and Bojas. The contract provides for 18 training sessions of 30 students per session throughout the contract period. This brings the total of trained students at the greenhouse facilities to 540. The main objectives of the project are modernization of agriculture for youth attraction, job creation for unemployed graduates, facilitation of development of complete value chain of vegetable producers, aggregators, seed suppliers, input dealers, transporters, and produce distributors, and lastly, production of quality and fresh vegetable for urban dwellers in Kumasi, Accra, and Tema for export throughout the year. By the end of December 2016, the Dawinya Greenhouse Center had been completed for the first batch of students to pass out. Repackaging of the greenhouse project. The Speaker, upon assumption of office as Sector Minister in 2017, I deemed it imperative to repackage and redirect the project to include the following: demarcation of 90-hectare land on the Dawinya irrigation scheme for the development of a greenhouse village, 2. A signed addendum obligating the contractor to construct 100 extra greenhouse kits, each with an area of 240 square meters, to be distributed to interested returnee interns from Israel as a starter for them. This was to kickstart implementation of the job creation aspect of the greenhouse component of the PFJ. It presented an opportunity for skills and knowledge acquired through the greenhouse technology put to good use for the benefit of the country. A brokered deal with Agro Studies of Israel, through which selected graduates from the training centers in Ghana go to Israel for paid work internship at the kibbutz in Israel. Mr. Speaker, the current status of the greenhouse project is as follows. 1. Training centers and all greenhouse tunnels with accessories have been completed at the 3 facilities, that's at Dawenya, Akomadan, and Bodjas. A total of 537 graduates have been trained for the job market. Out of this number, 340 were sent in 2 batches to Israel to work for a year and sharpen their skills. Ghana secured a quota of 200 places for the 2021 paid internship program in Israel. Out of the said number, a total of 194 trainees traveled to Israel just last month, on 17th of January 2022. 4. Commercial greenhouses in vegetable production exist in all 3 centers. Vegetables produced include sweet pepper, cucumber, tomato, and watermelon. These commodities are patronized by supermarkets in Accra, Kumasi, and Tama. 5. Construction of the 100 kits at Dawenya has been completed. Steps are underway to allocate them to interns who have returned from Israel. 6. A 90-hectare parcel of land has been demarcated at the Dawenya irrigation scheme for the development of a greenhouse village for private investors. Basic infrastructure such as water and roads are yet to be provided to attract private investors. Plan to upscale greenhouse project to other regions. Mr. Speaker, so far the greenhouse project has been implemented in 3 out of the 16 regions. The areas of location of the greenhouse facilities represent coastal savanna, 2 of them, and then transition zone 1. To upscale the greenhouse project to other regions, feasibility studies and trials will be conducted in the remaining 13 regions, covering the Guinea savanna, deciduous forest, moist evergreen, and wet evergreen zones. It is not technically advisable to replicate the same design everywhere due to differences in microclimate. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, the existing 3 centers are being monitored closely to tap the expertise to design suitable kits and conduct trials for each region in the country. Thank you.
Honorable Eric. I'm so rushing to ask the minister. Honorable member for Fiji, I think the answer is too elaborate.
Very detailed.
So I don't think you are going to.
So I don't have any further questions. That's what you've read well.
Very well. Let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
You want to what?
I want to commend him for being candid to this House in respect of his answer to this question. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable member who asked the question sought to create the impression that the implementation of the project commenced in 2017. But in the minister's answer, he has been very accurate, very factual. He indicates that this project commenced during the time of President John Dramani Mahama, and even by 2016. Mr. Speaker, he indicates here that the project was even completed by the end of December 2016. Mr. Speaker, the minister has been very honest, and I want to commend him for being candid to this House in respect of this answer.
Well.
Mr. Speaker, now my question.
Oh, no.
Now my question.
No. It's okay.
Oh, this is a recommendation, no question.
After commending the minister, you are
No
going to
question,
put to
recommendation, no question.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I also want to commend the minister for saying this about the project. On page 8 of his answer of the other paper addendum, he says that the main objectives of the project are modernization of agriculture for youth attraction, job creation for unemployed graduates, facilitation of development of complete value chain of vegetable producers, aggregators, seed suppliers,
available leaders. Today is Friday.
I'm laying my foundation to ask the question.
No, ask the person, available leader.
Mr. Speaker, and the record will bear that all these were the vision of His Excellency John President Mahama. Mr. Speaker, my question is, what has happened to the Akumadan and the Bojuasi one? Because by his answer, the Dowenya one had been completed and expanded. I'm interested in the fate of the Akumadan and the
Honourable Minister, the fate of Akumadan and the Bojuasi one.
Mr. Speaker, our first opposition should not be jumping and down in victory, because the structure of the project was changed beyond recognition when we came for more efficiency. Originally, the project was supposed to be in Dawina. It was from us that we decided that we split it, one on the western side of Greater Accra and one in the middle of the country. That was not the idea of the NDC. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's government brought this into being. The idea that, Mr. Speaker, the idea that we'll send these students after the 3 months training to Israel is also our initiative. I went to Israel to speak to my counterpart, the Minister for Agriculture in Israel, to say that after the training, we pick the best of them to come to Israel for 11 months. That is the idea coming from the NPP government. There are many other aspects that were introduced which makes it the original idea well beyond what we are doing. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that these changes have improved the performance of the project.
Honourable Minister, please listen. His question is what is the fate of the Akumadan and the Bojuasi one? He just wanted to know the fate of Akumadan and the Bojuasi one.
To call, Mr. Speaker, to call them, I'm laying the foundation. I'm laying the foundation. The 100 units that are at Dawina are the first of the 3 to come. So as we speak, we are making arrangements to send another set of 100 units to Bojuasi before Akumadan as well, because we really want to make these villages. From what I saw in Israel, if we can replicate it in this country in a very short time, we'll be a major net exporter of vegetables to Europe and other markets. So that's the answer.
Thank you very much. We move to question number 707. Honourable members, let's limit the supplementary questions. Today is Friday. 707. Yes, Honourable Admako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Food and Agriculture what the ministry is doing towards digitization of agricultural operations in light of efforts to digitize operations of other sectors of the economy.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government is promoting the digitization of agriculture in Ghana in alignment with its agenda of modernizing the services and operations of the public sector institutions. We believe that this will enhance operational efficiencies, improve productivity, and job opportunities. Critically, digitization will facilitate sustainable food production and the desired link between agriculture and industry. Notable measures currently being employed by the ministry are: 1. The use of digital advisory services in the agricultural sector, such as upgraded monitoring systems and extension services to farmers. The goal is to improve dissemination of information on food security, new technology, impending adverse climatic conditions, outbreak of pests and diseases, etc. Also, Mr. Speaker, digitization will generally enhance the national capacity for building resilience of our food systems to reduce vulnerability to external threats, especially zoonotic diseases for animals. Number 2, enhance support to increase the adaptive capacity of the productive base of the country's food systems. An example is the strengthening of the food security through integrated landscape management and consolidated innovations. 3, the strengthening of food market integration and trade in the country and the sub-region through digital systems such as the commodity exchange that we now have in Accra. 4, the establishment of emergency food supply response mechanism using a newly developed web-based portal that ensures real-time information for planning and decision-making. Among others, Mr. Speaker, the portal is hosting the consolidated all farmer data registered on the national biometric-based farmer e-platforms. It is expected to ensure a proper management of government subsidy program through enhanced tracking of the distribution and redistribution of inputs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Collins.
No follow-up.
No supplementary question. I thank you very much. So let's move to question number 708. That stands the name of a member for Doma East. Doma East, Honorable Paul Aprekuchum Berema.
Thank you very much, Very Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Eric, is enough. Yes.
Very Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Food and Agriculture what the ministry is doing to mechanize the operations of farmers to ensure that the ministry's target of self-sufficiency in rice and other crops are achieved. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for strategic reasons, rice remains a priority staple of government in virtually all its policies and programs. The commodity is critical for building resilience of the country's food security, and therefore scaling up its production is a logical thing to do, especially in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic and the lessons thereof. Mr. Speaker, the goal to achieve self-sufficiency in rice by the year 2024 underscores the importance of the commodity. There's no doubt that reaching that goal will bring enormous economic benefits to the country. By estimation, the country will save as much as $200 million every year if the self-sufficiency agenda goes as planned. There are also many job opportunities along the rice value chain, and these constitute important avenues for generating decent incomes. A lot has also been said about the nutritional value of local rice as an advantage over most of what is imported. With these associated benefits with local rice production, no forward-looking government will fail to invest in the rice industry. That is why government continues to take bold measures to develop the local rice industry to its fullest potential. Among others, Mr. Speaker, the mechanization agenda currently being rolled out takes full account of the needs of the rice industry. Machinery and equipment imported into the country under the Brazilian and Indian bilateral arrangement provide the needs of the rice sector. For example, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to announce that 1,000 units of rice harvesters have been distributed to women-based farmer rice groups to ease the drudgery of rice harvesting across the country. Also, Mr. Speaker, the ministry has imported over 90 units of rice millets to improve the quality of local rice produced in the country. Government will ensure that these facilities are strategically and fairly distributed throughout the country, giving high priority to rice-growing areas. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture is currently mapping out to design appropriate water management structures in vast areas of lowlands across the country to ensure that their suitability for rice production. These interventions, Mr. Speaker, with these interventions, I'm optimistic that the government is on course to achieving self-sufficiency in rice production. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Yes, Honorable Preku.
Mr.
Are you not satisfied with this?
Mr. Speaker, I agree that the Minister and his team are on track, delivering for this country, and I therefore have no further questions. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Kofi Adams.
Thank you very much, Speaker. In the Minister's answer, he talked about 1,000 units of rice harvesters that have been distributed to women-based farmer rice groups. Is the Minister minded to provide this House the details of these 1,000 rice harvester units that have been distributed to the farmer groups, where they are located, and his promise of the 90 units rice millets that will be strategically positioned? Will he be minded to provide that information to this House before they are distributed? Thank you. This is his answer.
Honorable Kofi, you know the Minister cannot often give this. So if you are minded to, you file a substantive question.
So, Speaker, I'm not asking him to provide it right now. I'm asking him to assure the House that he will bring that to this House.
Kofi, so you are asking to assure, but why can't you file a question so that you come specifically to answer that question? I hope that will be okay. So we move to the last question. That stands the name of a member for Inshiayesu, Dr. Stephen Amoa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to ask the Minister for Food and Agriculture the extent of progress in the functioning of the Tree Crops Development Authority since its establishment last year, 2020.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Tree Crops Development Authority, TCDA, was established by the TCDA Act 2019, Act 1010, and commissioned in Kumasi by His Excellency the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo on the 29th of September 2020. As stipulated by Section 4 of the Act, a 29-member governing board was inaugurated the same day. An acting chief executive and 2 acting deputy chief executive officers were also named. The authority has been operational and proactive since October 2020, and this is evident by the following developments. 1. The board has met 4 times between October 2020 and January 2021 to fully apprise itself with the content and meaning of the Act, developed an organogram for the authority, collected baseline information from the 6 crop member associations to guide the authority's development plans, and collected data on potential development partners of the tree crop sector. 2. A 1-year development work plan for 2021 was developed, and this sought to establish a fully functional head office in Kumasi and 5 zonal offices in Aguna, Nkwanta, Kade, Tamale, Wanchi, and Somanya. B. Develop regulations to support the implementations of the Act. C. Develop a 5-year strategic and implementation plan. And D. Develop a framework for digitalization of TCDA's operations and actors. Number 3. A fully functional head office has been established in Kumasi, specifically at Leslie Opokuwara Drive at Danyame, with GH Post GPS AK1800639. The zonal offices are yet to be established. 4. It is 25 of the Act that entreats the authority to develop regulations to prescribe levies and fees to be paid under the Act, collection of information and statistics on tree crops, registration and licenses of value chain actors in the tree crop industry. A draft regulation is prepared, ready, and being validated by the key stakeholders. The final draft will be presented to Cabinet and then to Parliament within the first quarter of 2022, as this quarter here. 5. The authority is currently developing a 5-year strategic and implementation plan to guide its interventions towards the authority's vision of a highly developed, diversified, value-added, globally competitive and sustainable tree crop sector in Ghana. By January 2022, a strategic plan should be ready for implementation. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, it is ready for my attention. 6. The authority is again developing a smart, data-driven digital solution in collaboration with the Ghana's development partners that will enable it to capture, organize, and dashboard vital information and activities of all stakeholders and actors along the value chain of the 6 tree crops: shea, oil palm, mango, rubber, coconut, and cashew. 7. Production and value chain support. With the establishment of TCDA, the Earthwide Planting for Export and Rural Development program of the Ministry of Food and Agriculture became subsumed under the authority. Consequently, TCDA facilitated direct access to quality planting material for 7,543 farmers in 116 districts across 10 regions during 2021 planting season. A total of 1.3 million coconut, mango, cashew, oil palm, and rubber seedlings were distributed to farmers. 8. Proposal for sustainable funding mechanism. Pursuant to Section 17 of the Act has been approved. The Act directs the authority to establish a fund, a TCDA fund, in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance to receive funds from a variety of sources, including funds approved by Parliament, internally generated funds, grants, gifts and donations, loans and subscriptions from various stakeholders in the tree crop industry. Mr. Speaker, the authority, in consultation with relevant stakeholders for the 6 tree crops, developed a proposal for the establishment of fees and levies to be incorporated into the Ministry of Finance's levies and charges schedule for fiscal year 2022 and to take effect in January 2022 in order to establish a sustainable financing mechanism for the TCDA with the goal of winning it all from Government of Ghana subvention in 2 to 3 years. 9. Establishment of raw cashew nut pricing mechanism. The long-standing complex challenge in the cashew industry that generated the mistrust and suspicion among industry players, especially producers, and which made the country witness a number of farmer demonstrations, agitations, as well as press conferences. The absence of a pricing model of raw cashew nut has been addressed. With the help of the development partners, local and foreign experts from both public and private sectors, a very detailed pricing formula has been established. All cost parameters from the farm gate to the export market are considered in this formula. This formula defines the minimum producer price as the farm gate price, below which a buyer cannot buy. This is tied to minimum quality standards of maximum moisture content of 10%, nut count of 190 per kilogram, and kernel outturn of 48. In the coming 2022 crop season, Mr. Speaker, the formula puts the price at a minimum of 5 Ghana cedis per kilogram. Farmers can negotiate for higher prices if their RCN are of better quality. The formula responds easily to significant changes in most of the defining parameters such as global market price, exchange rate, etc. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Stewart, do you have any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask one of the most competent agri-ministers on the continent of Africa that, looking at his understanding of the agri-value chain in our country, is it possible that he can find a way of impacting this to some of us who are already farmers and exercising high gain values, which of course represent the risk in the sector? Does he have that chance to do that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That is Honorable Dr. Stephen Amua. So, Minister, the question is, can you impact? Is that
Mr. Speaker, the already farmers, the farmers in-house. I'm one of them, you know that.
Yeah.
And I think his knowledge we need to tap into. So how is he going to do that so that the country can benefit at large?
Very well.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, as I indicated in my answer, it's a 28-member board, private sector. There are only 3 officials from the public sector amongst these. All of the rest are representing different value chains of the 6 crops, from farmers to processors to traders to exporters and so on and so forth. So what Honorable Amwa is asking for is all incorporated in the structure of the new authority. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, on behalf of the House, I would like to extend our appreciation to you for attending upon the House to answer 8 separate questions, not to talk about supplementary ones. We are thankful to you, and you are hereby discharged. Honorable members, we move to item number 7, statements. We have 4 statements that have been admitted, but for the sake of time, we will read them today. 2 of them appears to be time-bound, and after today it will not be relevant. So we are going to read those 2, and the rest of the 2 can be read next week. So I will firstly invite a member for Buyakwa South, Honorable Samuel Atachia, to give a commemorative statement on the 57th anniversary of the untimely death of Dr. Joseph Kwame Chirichie Boache Dankwa. at the Nsawam Medium prisons. Honorable Member, the floor is yours now.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The wisdom of our people is that a nation which does not honor her heroes is not worth dying for. It is on the strength of this that I pay homage to the memory of the man poignantly described by the Washington Commission as a doyen of the Gold Coast politics, Dr. Kwame Chichwe Boachidankwa, who died at the Nsawam Medium prisons on the 4th day of February 1965, exactly some 57 years ago. Today, I want to eulogize Dr. Dankwa, the man of many parts, as a quintessential lawyer. If I may do a parody of Isaiah 9 verse 6, for unto us a child is born, and unto us a son is given, and the government will be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. May I rhyme as follows, Honorable Speaker. For unto us Ghana, a child Dankwa was born on the 18th day of December, 1895. Unto us a lawyer was given. The rule of law shall be upon his shoulders, and his name shall be called Democracy's Redemption Sacrifice, and the President who never was. As if law was in Dr. Dankwa's DNA, right after Standard 7 was employed as a law clerk by Vida J. Buckle, Esquire, an Accra legal practitioner. In 1925, Dr. Dankwa earned his BA degree in philosophy from the University College of London, converting the John Stuart Mill Scholarship in the philosophy of mind and logic. His intellectual excellence paid off, and he was awarded a PhD in philosophy, the first of its kind in West Africa. He was ushered into the inner temple and was called to the bar in 1926. In the Gold Coast, he was the first legal luminary, having handled 2 lands, boundary disputes, chieftaincy disputes, constitutional cases of consequence, and became a trailblazer in many areas of the law. Honorable Speaker, perhaps it is a Supreme Court case of Riak Koto and 7 others, reported in the 1961 Ghana Law Reports 522, in which Dr. Dankwa took the infant nation Ghana to the Olympian heights of the rule of law and constitutionalism. On the 6th day of March 1957, we successfully resisted the oppressor's rule and freed ourselves from the shackles of white governance. Within 1 year of independent Ghana, Prime Minister Dr. Kwame Nkrumah's parliament passed in 1958 the Preventive Detention Act, PDA. This obnoxious single piece of legislation empowered Dr. Kwame Nkrumah to imprison at will any Ghanaian without trial. The Prime Minister, within this carte blanche, on the 10th and 11th November 1959, arbitrarily detained one Bafos Akutu, senior linguist of the Asante Hene, Kumasi, Peter Lex Danso, alias Kwame Danso, lorry driver, Kumasi. Osteresibe Mensah was equally arrested, a storekeeper, Kumasi. Nana Entry Buasiaku, alias John Mensah, and Kofohino of Kumasi, was arrested.
Joseph Kojo Anchikusi alias Anani Anchikusi, who was also living in Kumasi, was arrested. Benjamin Kweku Owusu, produce manager Asafo, was arrested. Andrew Kojo Edusei, auctioneer and letter writer Kumasi, was also arrested. And the 8th person was Khalid Dukramo, transport owner Swame Kumasi, was equally arrested. Brother Honorable Speaker, the spurious ground of the detention being that it was, quote, and it was necessary to prevent the appellants from acting in a manner prejudicial to the security of the state. Dr. Dankwa, that pillar of rule of law, moved the High Court on the produce the body application habeas corpus ad judiciendum and lost. He appealed to the Supreme Court and crossed swords with Jeffrey Bin, the Honorable Attorney General. Dr. Dankwa canvassed the following salient grounds of appeal. The court is required to inquire into the truth of the facts contained in the grounds upon which the Governor General was satisfied that the order was prejudicial to the security of the state. The position of the government can be subsumed under the Criminal Procedure Code 1960 Act 30, which must of necessity undergo criminal trial. The PDA is in excess of the powers conferred on Parliament by the Constitution. The PDA not having been passed upon a declaration of emergency is a violation of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, may I quote with approval some of the erudite submissions of the Dankwa in the Supreme Court. Quote, moreover, the Attorney General has conceded that under the Constitution, the Supreme Court of Ghana and Parliament have each different and separate functions to perform. One cannot therefore be said to be superior to the other. Both are controlled in their powers and functions by the Constitution. Later on, the Attorney General refers to the argument that the Constitution of Ghana is based upon the sovereignty of Parliament and does not permit the type of judicial review that admits of a higher law. This contradictory approach illustrates the inevitable confusion which results from trying mechanically to adapt the English theory of parliamentary sovereignty to a government of limited powers under the written Constitution. Moreover, a judge cannot uphold the Constitution by agreeing with the legality of legislation, which is not constitutional. If it is erroneous to speak of a law which is unconstitutional, but not illegal, if it is unconstitutional, then it cannot be the law. What then is the sovereignty of Parliament as expressed in Article 20? It is essentially contained in paragraph 5 of Article 20, which says that no person or body other than Parliament shall have the power to make provisions having the force of law except under the authority conferred by the Act of Parliament. This is legislative supremacy. This is right and proper. But it is not parliamentary supremacy, because how can Parliament established by a constitution be supreme over the Constitution which established it? Can the created take precedence over the creator? Parliament is a creature of the Constitution of 1960 and is necessarily restricted by the existence of that document. Our Parliament would only be sovereign if no clauses in the 1960 Constitution were entrenched. Then it could act like the Parliament of the United Kingdom and add at will to the documents of the Constitutional Secretary Council, which give it its authority. Since there are areas by Article 20 where Parliament may not legislate, it is not equally true that there are other areas which control and establish the existence of Parliament which may not be contradicted. My learned friend has stated that in his submissions, the right of access to the courts contained in Article 13(1) must mean the type of access which the petitioners are enjoying at this moment.
I cannot understand how the words right to access to courts may be tortured in such construction. My friend has been assiduous in his submission that the court gave the language of the Constitution its plain meaning, taken in conjunction with the letter and spirit of the other clause of Article 13, and with the letter and spirit of the national motto of the Republic of Ghana. It is consonant with freedom and justice. That right of access to courts of law mean not that the detainees be able to question their detention in the same way that a common criminal accused is able to question his indictment, but that such detainees are able to question the legality of the act, which deprives them of their full and fair hearing, or the mechanical correctness of the orders by which they have been detained. Is it what is meant by the right of access to courts of law in the President's solemn declaration of fundamental principles? If it is, then it is only by virtue of tortuous and unfair construction, which in my submission is utterly out of keeping with traditions of customary, statutory, and constitutional interpretation, as well as the entire spirit and intent of the Ghana Constitution of 1960. My lords, I continue with two further arguments. First, the very language of the Preventive Detention Act 1958 requires the President be satisfied that this duty, even in the light of the 1960 Constitution, is an unconstitutional wresting of the judicial function from the judiciary of this republic. And my second submission is that even if this judicial function can constitutionally be vested in the executive branch, it must nevertheless be performed in a judicial manner, not in an executive manner. To hold that the preventive detention without procedural safeguard is necessary for the maintenance of security of the state is to admit that the courts of law are unable to determine the guilt or innocence of persons suspected of subversion by time-tested procedures. It is to admit the bankruptcy of judicial procedure. It is also an admission that the new nation dedicated to freedom and justice is incapable of meeting the challenge of its own declared objectives. I cannot believe that this is the judgment of our nation, nor can I believe that your lordship will permit the dignity and noble traditions of the courts of law to suffer such an ignominious fate. In the end, Right Honourable Speaker, as I'm about to end up, the Supreme Court of the day enthroned the rule of man and deprecated constitutionalism and the rule of law. It enunciated that if the order is lawful, the detention is lawful, even in the absence of the reasons underlying the grounds of the detention. Right Honourable Speaker, what a miscarriage of justice. Article 13(1) of the Constitution imposes a moral obligation upon the President of Ghana. Throughout the declaration, which is similar to the coronation of the Queen of England, the word should is used and not shall. The declaration does not constitute a bill of rights and does not create legal obligations enforceable in a court of law. So the Supreme Court posited. The effect of Article 20 of the Constitution is that Parliament is sovereign and its legislative powers are qualified only with respect to the entrenched articles thereof. The Preventive Detention Act of 1958 is therefore not contrary to the Constitution, and Parliament is competent to pass such an act, even in peacetime, the Supreme Court sadly concluded. Obviously, the 1992 Constitution has permanently exorcised the PDA, thanks to the enlightened submissions of Dr. Dankwa in the Supreme Court and the ultimate price he paid at the Nsawam prison. The lawyer par excellence, Dr. Dankwa, the chief fighter against PDA in the Supreme Court, became its victim on two occasions
and died like a common prisoner some 57 years ago. Mr. Speaker, there is no sacrifice which does not have the accompanying reward. The conscience of the nation was awoken to that monster of imprisonment without trial. The frontiers of the fundamental human rights were further enlarged in our subsequent constitutional arrangements. Article 91 of our current constitution provides as follows, that, quote, a person charged with a criminal offense shall be given a fair hearing within a reasonable time by a court of law, unquote. Kwame Chirichie, you arrested the oppressor's rule and paved the road to freedom with your blood. All lovers of freedom continually remember and celebrate your supreme sacrifice. May your soul rest in perfect peace. Mr. Speaker, let the House forgive me if I've inundated you and the colleagues with legalese. Honorable Speaker, many thanks for indulging me.
Thank you very much. Let me firstly invite Honorable Member for Northton for his contribution.
I'm very grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this statement, which has been very eloquently delivered by my respected colleague, the Honorable Samuel Atachia. This has become an annual reminder that the Honorable member takes this House through. I recall that last year he focused on Dr. J.B. Dankwa's prowess. This year he is focused on Dr. J.B. Dankwa, the legal luminary and scholar. He has provided a very rich trove of research which will guide all of us as we pay attention to the history of our country, to how our constitutional jurisprudence has developed over the decades, and most importantly for me, Mr. Speaker, the lessons which ought to guide us in the conduct of national politics and the fallout thereof. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Samuel Atachia has spent considerable time on the PDA, which led to the imprisonment of notable Ghanaians, which he has provided at page 2 of his statement, including the likes of Bafo Oseakoto, Peter Alex Danso alias Kweku Danso, Osei Sibe Mensah, Nana Ichibosiako alias John Mensah, Joseph Kojo Ichikusi, Benjamin Kweku Owusu, Andrew Kojo Eduse, and Halidu Chroma. Mr. Speaker, since statements must not generate debate, I am well guided to ensure that my contributions do not generate debate because of the ideological differences that we share. I remain an avowed Nkrumahist. The Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah is my idol. I will defend him and stand by him at all times. But as I have had occasion to say in this House, when we celebrate our idols, our mentors, those we consider icons. We should do that bearing in mind that they were also human like we are. And being human, yes, great personalities they are, but we should be bold to consider objectively if there were some steps they took that probably, with hindsight, could have been done better. So it is that context which I will ask that all of us on both sides of the ideological divide, there is the tendency to lose objectivity when we come to consider the icons of our ideological persuasions. We do not see anything wrong or anything deficient. We do not see any shortcoming of our idols, our icons, the people we look up to, as though they were not human. I think that both sides of the ideological divide, we need to really ponder over that attitude. I do not think that moving forward, it will build our country, especially as we seek national cohesion, as we seek national unity, and as we seek to really bond and build a society where we are truly united and we do not allow political, ethnic, and other differences to divide us needlessly. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I believe that I must bring to bear to this statement what I will consider a contextual omission. And I know that my good brother, being the respected intellectual as he is, will welcome this addition I seek to make. You see, context is important. The Preventive Detention Act, Mr. Speaker, came about, and those who have read about this law, it is important to remind all of us that it wasn't really a new law. The colonialists had used it. It was widely used even in India. So it was really just a rehash of a colonial relic. And so the National Assembly in 1958 debated and passed the PDA. The context is that at that time, the politics of that era was too violent. It was too acrimonious. There was a lot of bombings. There were many human rights violations. The Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah himself had escaped narrowly his office at Ododio. There was the Accra Stadium bombing, the Kulungungu bombing. So I am surprised that the statement does not bring to bear what led the Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah to consider this law. It is because of the violence that was happening at that era. And context is important. Mr. Speaker, it is this same context after the 9/11 terrorism that led the United States of America, the citadel of democracy. We may want to call them trailblazers when it comes to respect for human rights. Even the United States, after 9/11, they said no, this calls for extreme measures. So they passed a law, and people could then be arrested without trial and sent to that Cuban island called Guantanamo Bay. This is the United States of America. Of course, after many years, after 9/11, people like President Obama thought better of it and said, no, we went too extreme. Yes, we were caught up in that era after 9/11, the hundreds of deaths and the destruction of the WTO, the other properties, like the Pentagon, the businesses that were destroyed, the damage. We were all so outraged, and so we passed this law. But with hindsight, it is not befitting of a country with the kind of human rights reputation that we have. So the United States of America has had to claw back, and they are rethinking. So I come back to the fundamental point, that context. Let's not leave out the context. So to be fair to Nkrumah in his era, it's because of all the violence and all the things that were going on of that era. I will encourage those interested in research to also look at the case of Jacob H.B. Lamte's senior, his dad's trial, in which our current president's dad, Sir Edward Akufo-Addo, Justice Van Leer, and Sir Akukosa, Sarkodie, yes. That trial is most revealing, Mr. Speaker. And it captures the level of violence and the terrorism, the petrol bombs and all of that was going on in that era. And people stood indicted when you read that judgment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the irony is that those who use this as one of the bases even to overthrow Nkrumah on 24 February 1966, not long after, they then also passed the Protective Custody Decree, the PCD. The NRC, they brought the Protective Custody Decree, which was just another version of this, of the PDA. It was just the twin brother, as Honorable Roxanne would say, the twin brother. So, context is important, Mr. Speaker. It is also interesting that only this morning I was reading some court documents that have been filed in our courts, at the apex court, the Supreme Court. And the plaintiffs are notable Ghanaians. Professor Kwejo Epieje, who is a lecturer, Professor Kwejo Epieje Etua, a lecturer at the University of Ghana Law School, Dr. Sena Detutu, Felicity Nelson, Benjamin Dako, Samson Ladi Ayenini, Golda Addo, the Democracy Hub, LBG CSO, and Democratic Accountability Lab, LBG. They have gone to the Supreme Court that the law that we pass in this House, the 7th Parliament, the Imposition of Restrictions Act 2020, Act 1012, they are saying that it violates fundamental human rights, that it is in breach of the Constitution, and they want a declaration. Again, context. All of us at the time saw COVID. We were scared about the consequences. We saw how people were dying like flies in other jurisdictions. And we thought that we should enhance the powers of the executive so they could do lockdown. They could curtail rights. But today, after many months, people have gone to the Supreme Court. I wonder what the verdict will be in future about the president of this era, President Akufo-Addo, and what people will say about him if the context is not considered. And we all know the UN, the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, the respected Michelle Bachelet, has issued report after report that during COVID-19 response by governments, their assessment in several countries confirmed that fundamental human rights have been violated, and that the pandemic has not only affected health, has not only affected economies, but it has also affected human rights. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to be careful. If in these statements that we make, we do not bring up the context, because the casualty levels, people died, people were maimed. I grew up with a woman in Dansoman who we always saw she became a woman of one leg because of the bombings of that era. We see them. We know of stories. Dr. Todiedu, who was in Ashanti region, recounts a lot of the petrol bombings that took place. The Matimehu movement and all the things that happened. So this was a response to try to curtail the violence of that era. So I'm interested in the lessons that in our politics, we should do well to eschew violence. We are seeing some of it, these vigilantes and all kinds of macho groups. We should not return to the immediate independence, the pre-independence era, the kind of violent politics that happened. Because if things get out of hand, then parliaments may come up with laws like this. Chroma is blamed, but it was a parliamentary, National Assembly law, a law of the Parliament of Ghana. And so will you blame, when we pass our laws in this parliament, should President Akufo-Addo be blamed for the laws that we pass? So I think that we need to be more nuanced, even as we accept that yes, there were excesses on all sides of the political divide. So as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I would want to extend sincere condolences. I really am one of those who are saddened that Dr. J.B. Dankwa died in prison. One wish that all the great minds of that era will really have come together. I wish they came together and united to fight the colonialists. The real enemy of that era was not CPP or UGCC. It was the colonialists, the exploiters, the raiders, the rapists who had come to undermine our freedoms and to take what did not belong to them. Unfortunately, we couldn't unite to really deal with them. We allowed petty differences. Independence now, independence shortest possible time, don't hand over now, you give us independence later, and, petty differences. So I think we should learn lessons, and we should hope that we will become more democratic as we grow, more united, and we should learn from these things, that people have sacrificed, some have had to lay down their lives. So let us not do anything that will derail our democracy, and may we always learn from the context and eschew violence, extreme acrimony, and animosity from our politics. I commend the maker of the statement. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I will indulge you that once I give you the platform, please let's be a bit brief. So let me come to you, Honorable Member for Padaso.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity once again, and I want to commend a senior honorable friend and brother for this very important statement made in memory of Dr. J.B. Mr. Speaker, before I look at his statement, I want to put on record that our ideological differences shouldn't lead us astray from the truth. Our ideological differences shouldn't lead us astray from the truth. And I also appreciate the fact that in any meaningful analysis or scientific analysis, context matters, but context must be relevant. PDA is seen to be a very bad law, and I think that we need to situate that within a proper context. Otherwise, if you want to use context to justify everything, then everything will be seen to be right. There are some who say that the 1966 coup was wrong, but can we say that context justifies it? Can we say that context justifies the 1972 coup d'etat and the other ones? We have to be very careful. That's why I said earlier on that if you are engaging in any intellectual discourse, we must be very careful about how we proceed. Mr. Speaker, I want to also state that Dr. J.B. Dankwa was an ardent defender of our democracy and the rule of law. There's no doubt about that. If you look into our history, you realize that he was one of the few who fought and ensured that we got emancipated from colonial domination and oppressive rule. He was one of the few, the fight before I just joined. Now, Speaker, on the statement ably made by our respected honorable member from Blocker South, Honorable Atachia Esquire, it is abundantly clear that J.B. Dankwa defended our democracy and fought against arbitrariness and executive excesses. Mr. Speaker, he upheld and promoted the rule of law and ensured that the law was not bent to oppress the vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, this is clearly demonstrated in the Ray Akoto and the 7 others who were unlawfully detained under the obnoxious and cruel Preventive Detention Act passed by Parliament in 1958. Mr. Speaker, even though the Supreme Court held that the Habeas Corpus Act of 1816 applied to Ghana, it declined to render illegal the PDA. Mr. Speaker, J.B. Dankwa disagreed with the court's ruling for using the wartime emergency regulations in Britain to acquiesce to the dictatorial powers assumed by President Chroma. And he states in a letter on 8 January 1965, some few days before his demise, from the condemned cell number 9 in the Insalon Meadows prison. And I remember 2018, together with our majority chiefship, we went and visited the place. As Speaker, I know that time is of essence today, but I respectfully indulge you to permit me to read a letter that is captured on pages 139 and 140 of L.H. Ofosu Appiah's book, published in 1974. The Speaker, I quote, "This aspect of my letter can be studied with the assistance of lawyers, much practice in habeas corpus and detention cases, and who are prepared to study the English cases often cited by the High Courts and the Supreme Court in the interpretation of what should be done with the habeas corpus application. Let this then before the court." Honorable Ablakwa spoke more than I have spoken, please. This is done to give effect to a special act which empowers judges so to act in respect of a criminal whose record shows him to be invertebrate or unrepentant. The man, when found guilty, is a pest on society, gives him an additional period of or months or years for preventive detention. The point about this is that it is done not by a minister, but in court by a judge after due trial of a case. The great defect about Ghana's preventive detention, the Preventive Detention Act, is that there is not the slightest semblance of a trial in court or elsewhere. It is a behavior under punishment by the United Nations under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and it is not Ghana's place to make itself appear like a fractious member of UN, paying no respect to its laws and understandings. In the eyes of the United Nations, as of the civilized international world in general, the preventive detention form of punishment without trial in a court of justice, is not quite civilized. It is what Prophet Isaiah calls an unrighteous decree. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, From what I've just read, it tells us that the PDA was a law that shouldn't have been tolerated in this country. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, let me also praise the memory of Nana Sel Foriata I, the elder brother of J.B. Dankwa, for the numerous opportunities he gave him in supporting his education for the country to benefit from his huge contributions towards the socioeconomic development of the country. You need elders to support you. And again, to Ochiame Bafo Akoto, the chief linguist and longest serving chief linguist of Asante Kingdom, who also Akoto just respond to some questions, for his courage, his bravery in promoting the rule of law and multi-party democracy. I want to commend my good friend Abrakwa that he eschews partisanship, and every year he tries his best to make contribution towards the memory of J.B. Dankwa. And I want to plead with the House that our heroes, all of us, must come together to give them the praises where praises are due. On that score, I want to respectfully thank you for the audience giving me, and I pray that the soul of Dr. J.B. Dankwa will continue to flourish in peace. Thank you.
Yes, leadership. Yes. No, Honorable. You have what? A statement? Or you want to contribute? Okay. But please, brief. Very brief.
Yeah, very brief. Yeah, I'm not going to read.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for permitting me to contribute, and thanks to the maker of the statement. The first time I heard of J.B. Dankwa, I was probably a little kid, and later on in secondary school. Whenever they want to speak about perseverance, they said, persevere as J.B. Dankwa, and you move forward. And that is because I understand he wrote the Psalm 7 so many times before he passed. But eventually, he ended up being one of the strong lawyers of Ghana. And later on, when I grew up and I came to Accra too, and I was moving around, I saw a Kwame Nkrumah cycle, then J.B. Dankwa. It appears that J.B. Dankwa and Kwame Nkrumah was like the Ronaldo and Messi of football at the time. One complemented each other to develop and become what they became. If you look at their age, one went to the British colonial government and asked for independence now. The other person went there and asked for the independence in the what? In the shortest possible time. These were two delegations that went there, and you also see that the struggle was the same. I'm trying to walk a tightrope, and I hope that in the end, I'll make my points clear, and that is Honorable Abrako has kept the context very clear that in the midst of the situation that Kwame Nkrumah found himself, it was clear that in an attempt to contain the situation, he also created another situation by itself, which seems to have created that type of what? Dictatorship. Power corrupts, And absolute power corrupts absolutely. But we have got something to learn from it, and that is why I'm getting up to speak. And that is the dictatorship of the majority. The dictatorship of the majority. And that is, let's look at the PDA. Was it passed through Parliament? Yes. Did they vote on it? Yes. Did the majority win? Probably yes. Did they not go to court on several occasions on this issue? Yes. Did the court not rule that PDA could be there? Yes. And so we have a situation where sometimes we have to be careful that as a majority, we don't create a situation where practically dictatorship is established. And if we put it in this context, or in our context, then we have to be careful as politicians or current politicians to learn something from it. And that is, we should be able to build consensus. We should be able to talk to each other. In fact, we should be able to believe in each other. Because I believe that if Chroma and J.B. Dankwa, they had that belief in each other, they wouldn't have thought that one wanted to kill the other, or one wanted to eliminate the other. And so we should learn from the mistakes of the past and build trust in each other.
Mark, conclude. Come to leadership.
Mr. Point of correction. Point of correction.
Who is correcting who?
I'm correcting him. He said, oh,
okay, let me hear you.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. In Dr. Nanwari's presentation, he said Dr. Dankwa failed the Senate seven times. But according to his own book, it wasn't the Senate 7. It was a London matriculation.
Yes.
Where he had to write it twice. That's the point of correction. That's
very well.
Thank you.
Well noted. Well noted. Yes. Honorable Available Minority Leader, let's hear you. But even as a leader, I will still ask you to be
Mr. Speaker,
be brief.
I'm indeed grateful for the opportunity to make a few comments in respect of the commemorative statement made by my own senior, the honorable member for Ebuakwa, the honorable Atachia. Mr. Speaker, we speak of a giant figure in our national politics. Indeed, there are two accounts regarding the date of his birth, just like in Chroma. Some of the accounts said he was born on 21st of December 1895 at Kwaubipong. Other accounts say that he was born on 18th. But whatever it is, he was born in Kwaubipong. And by 1901, he had begun his formal education at the Basel Mission at Chibi. And by 1912, he had finished his senior school. That was how they called it at the time, at Begro, also at the Senior Basel Mission. Then he got a job. It's been mentioned in the statement. He clerked with the famous Law Chamber, and later got appointed as the Assistant Secretary to the Eastern Province Conference of Chiefs, which later got legislative backing to become the Eastern Provisional Council of Paramount Chiefs of the Eastern Province. Then in 1921, with their family help, he moved to England to read law. The rest are recorded. His contribution to our fight for nationalism and self-rule is well noted and only parallel to perhaps what Nkrumah and others have done. In 1931, he founded what we call the Times of West Africa, and it was a newspaper journal that he and others used as a mouthpiece of the few elite in West Africa, including members of the NCVWA, National Congress of British West Africa Members, to agitate and serve as an advocacy tool for agitation against some of the colonial policies that sought to impoverish our people. Mr. Speaker, sometime in 1944 and 46, he got the opportunity to serve in this house as a member of the Legislative Council. Again, he got the opportunity to serve in this council in 1951. He lost the opportunity in 54 and 56, but he was a member of this house. And the Hansard will bear the work that he did, his contribution to our parliamentary jurisprudence and all that. So it is indeed grounded that we bear testimony to his work as a towering political figure and a member of parliament. Mr. Speaker, few books are credited to his name. In 1944, he wrote what we call the Akan Doctrine of God, a fragment of Gold Coast ethics and religion. Very, very important book in philosophy. Again, he wrote what we call the Ghanaian Establishment and Akan Laws and Customs, the Akume Buakwa Constitution. It's also a very, very interesting book in political science, religion, and culture, laden with philosophy. Mr. Speaker, from about 1960, he contested Dr. Chroma in the elections. Even though he lost, his contribution and criticism of the government, of course, brought him into conflict with the established security services. So he got arrested in 61 and detained under what is now infamously called the PDA. He was released, but he didn't relent in his criticism. So once more, he got arrested and detained in 64. But before steps could be taken for his release, he died unfortunately in the next year, in 65. And that is the event around which our brother seeks to commemorate. Mr. Speaker, he was also elected one time president of the Ghana Bar Association. Perhaps it's a point that a lot have glossed over, but he was also very active at the bar and a towering figure or legal mind, which hasn't diminished even though with time. So for me, I take inspiration from John Keats when in his poem called The Grecian End, when he wrote, "By our own deeds are we deified." In other words, your greatness is shown by the work that you do. It's by our own deeds are we mythologized. You are mythologized, you are deified, you are worshipped even though you are dead and gone by the work you have done. And I think Dankwa's name has remained indelible, written on the sands of time because of his contribution to our strive for self-rule and nationalism and all. And so, Mr. Speaker, on this note, a man wrote a book called The Politics of Political Detentions. And I want to say to that even though some of these were some of the criticisms against Nkrumah, we still see fragments of that now. So even where there are judicial interventions, we still want to use executive power to trump that. We should check it. Because these were some of the grounds upon which people like Dankwa wrote and criticized government. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to urge the House if we can pay 1 minute silence in his memory, and that will be in accord with it. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Majority Leadership, will you say something?
Mr. Speaker, I want us to continue with item number 8.
Fine, I'll come to you, but at the moment we are on the statement, and we have to conclude the statement before, as a leader, you lead us as to what you do now. So you are not making any contribution.
No, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So, as requested by Honorable Member for Savdai, may we rise and give 1 minute silence to honor our hero. May the soul of Dr. Joseph Kwame Chukwue Boache Dankwa and all the soul of the departed faithful rest in perfect peace. Amen. Yes, we are left with one statement, but let him come to you, leader. You want us to...
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Shall we vary that a bit and take item number 8C? That is on order paper, page 6.
But is the chairman around? Okay, honorable members, let's turn to page number 6, item number 8C, laying presentation of papers. So AC, by the chairman of the Health Committee.
Report of the Committee on Health on the engineering, procurement and construction agreements between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by Ministry of Health, and Golden Mainland Ghana Limited for an amount of 38 million euros for the construction and equipping of 40-bed district hospitals at Ayensuano, Efidiase, and Ofenso, and the completion and equipping of Old Safo Maternity and Kumasi South Maternity blocks.
Honorable members, the report is duly presented. It is for distribution to honorable members. Yes, we are tied, but I'm inclined to take one statement. Honorable members, bear with me. The statement is on cancer, which today is a World Cancer Day, even though yesterday a similar statement was read. So I'll ask the maker of the statement to read the statement, but we may not have members to contribute to it. So, Honorable Dr. Ajima Lawrence, you may read the statement, but as I said, we are not going to invite members. Okay, one, fine. So, Honorable Member, you may read the statement.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to make a statement on cervical cancer awareness. The month of January is Cervical Cancer Awareness Month, and the International Agency for Research on Cancer highlighted 3 issues, namely vaccination against the human papillomavirus, HPV, which is the cause of most of the cases of cervical cancer. Mostly, this has been successful in high-income countries, but some success has been shown in Bhutan as well. The second is the treatment of cervical precancerous lesions in a resource-constrained setting. There is a study in Zambia using a handheld battery-operated device to thermally ablate precancerous cells. And thirdly, improving the coverage of cervical screening programs in at-risk populations. This is derived from the 2018 strategic goal of the World Health Organization to eliminate cervical cancer through effective screening, vaccination, and treatment. Cervical cancer is the fourth most common cause of death in women globally. And to put that in numbers, that is roughly 311,000 deaths every year. In the year 2020, about 640,000 women were diagnosed with cervical cancer globally, and 342,000 women died of same. The high incidence and mortality rates occur in low and middle income countries, and Ghana falls within this group. In Ghana, the incidence rate of cervical cancer is 29.3 per 100,000, which is 4 times the rate of the USA, and the mortality rate is 23.8 per 100,000, which is 10 times the rate of the USA. Transmissibility of the COVID-19, many routine services were suspended globally, and cervical screening was no exception. Just as a thought, it might be interesting to do a retrospective study on the impact of the suspension of cervical screening programs on the incidence of the disease in countries that have a national screening program in place. What is the justification of the establishment of a national screening program besides the fact that this disease kills too many women, young and old, in Ghana? The lack of awareness means that women are presenting too late, resulting in a poor prognosis of the disease that could easily be prevented. To orientate ourselves anatomically, the cervix is a scientific name for the neck of the womb. And it has a transformation zone, which is the meeting point between the 2 different types of cells that line the inside of the womb, as well as the inside of the vagina, which is the birth canal. The junction where these meet is called the transformation zone, and this is where these precancerous and cancerous changes occur in the cells. These precancerous changes that occur in the cervix can easily be detected through correct cervical screening to allow for early intervention with good outcomes, specifically with early treatment of any precancerous changes and close monitoring. Mr. Speaker, if there's one thing we have realized from the mandatory vaccinations that this government rolled out, it is the fact that if there is a desire and political will to roll out a nationwide public health program, it can be done. Too many statements have been made on the floor of this House with respect to cervical cancer every year, without it translating into guidance to the executive to come up with a policy that would ensure a nationwide cervical screening program. Women's health, and specifically cervical cancer, has been relegated to the backbench for too long, and we must make a conscious effort to rectify this situation. Right Honourable Speaker, I will use the Republic of Ireland as a case study to illustrate how a country went from a high number of deaths from cervical cancer to a significant decrease in morbidity and mortality related to cervical cancer. The National Cervical Screening Program, Cervical Check, commenced in Ireland in 2008. Free cervical smear tests were offered to over 1.2 million women aged 25 to 60 every 3 years, for age 25 to 44, and every 5 years for age 45 to 60 years. The reason for the choice of that demographic is that cervical cancer takes long to grow, and so it's rare, although not impossible, to develop cervical cancer in your 20s. Most cases are diagnosed between ages 35 and 44. Around 20% of cervical cancer cases are diagnosed in women 65 or older. To lower your risk for cervical cancer, you can get the HPV vaccine, which targets specific types of HPV, which are the 16 and 18. These have been shown to be more carcinogenic. It is worthy of note that as more women in the population got vaccinated against these particular genotypes of HPV, some other genotypes were increasingly found associated with cancer. Screening was associated with a 60% reduction in women aged 40, increasing to 80 at age 64. Screening was particularly effective at preventing advanced stage cancers, and the conclusion was that cervical screening in women aged 20 to 24 was shown to have little or no impact on the rates of cervical cancer of an invasive nature up to the age of 30. And based on this, in Ireland, anyone with a cervix who's aged between 25 and 65 is advised to get an HPV cervical screening test when it is due. If age 25 to 29, screening is every 3 years, and if age 30 to 65, it's done every 5 years. Of course, we cannot apply these protocols strictly to Ghana without doing a proper study of cervical cancer cases disaggregated by age to effectively design a policy tailored to our epidemiology. In 2018, in Ireland, several women sued the Health Service Executive, which is their equivalent of our Ghana Health Service, after they were given the wrong smear test results for cervical cancer. It is critical to note that a system of this kind is not immune to cyber attacks or to mix-ups. And of course, the consequences of misdiagnosing a woman are potentially devastating. As these systems are put in place, checks and balances must be instituted and standard operating procedures strictly adhered to in order to reduce these kinds of errors. There is a national register based on the social security number of each citizen in Ireland. So when a woman turns 25, she automatically receives an invitation to contact a registered general practitioner or a nurse for an appointment to have a free cervical smear, which includes an HPV test. Mr. Speaker, with the digitization and digitalization underway in our jurisdiction, when the National Identification Authority finally streamlines and interfaces its database with other agencies, it should be possible to capture every woman on a national register in Ghana that can be used to track and trace all women within the high-risk group as part of a policy initiative to reduce the incidence and mortality rates of cervical cancer in Ghana. With the correct algorithm in place, appointment letters can be sent to the correct age groups at the appropriate frequency, as alluded to previously. And with the high mobile phone penetration in Ghana, these invitations can be sent as blast messages to the phones, to the women, with letters as backup. And of course, in the areas where accessibility is poor, the community health centers can be used as the center where the list of persons eligible for screening is sent, so that the community health care providers can also follow up in the same way as the childhood vaccinations are done currently. Additionally, all healthcare personnel who are certified smear takers must be registered with a cervical check in order to ensure that all data is synchronized and no woman gets lost between the cracks. This, of course, means we need to have very robust cybersecurity systems in place in order to ensure that the data that women have of theirs on the database is protected. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the cervical smear tests, which require a lot of equipment and also reagents at the lab, there is also some new technology for cervical screening to help prevent cancer. The Israeli company Mobile ODT standing for Optical Detection Technologies, has designed a tool that removes the need for smear kits and other reagents.
In Ghana, there's the need for us to build a policy. As far back as 2005, there was a policy that was initiated to contain the situation. And I want to ask those who advocate for women to continue to work very hard in this direction. Because if it is detected early, it can be managed very well. We have a situation where there's even a vaccine, where the vaccine can reduce the incidence of the cancer. So why don't we advocate, say that it becomes part of the national health for, let's say, the screening? You are told, I don't know whether you listen very well, but from the age of 25, every 3 years, do we really tell our wives, our sisters, our brothers to go for screening? From the age of 25, every 3 years, you go for the screening until about 49 years. Then, from 49 years onwards, you can go for the screening every 5 years.
That is a standard way of making sure that probably even if you get it, it will be diagnosed very early and it can be managed. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Very well. Let's make it like that. Obwasi, are you saying something? Well. Are you saying something?
So I earlier arranged that we take motion numbered 17 and 18 today.
Motion?
Yes.
No. What motion? Leader, are we to take a motion? Which motion?
8. Same item number 8, motion 17 and 18 on page 10 of the other paper.
17 and 18. No, but after the motion, we have to debate it. Are you aware of that?
Help. Mr. Speaker. Leader, leave before Tuesday.
Available leader, hold on. But honorable Deputy Whip, once you move the motion, it means we have to also move the resolution. There's no even minister here to move the resolution. And we don't also have the numbers, please. We can't do it today. So we have brought statement to a close. Let me thank the makers as well as contributors for diligent work done this afternoon. Leader, let me come to you for direction.
Mr. Speaker, I have information from Leader that the e-levy would not be considered next week. The e-levy will not be considered next week. I'm also aware that members and committee members have plans to travel outside the jurisdiction. We may do so, but ensure that we are back by the 14th, by Monday the 14th of February. Speaker.
Leader, which committee are you referring to? You said committee members. Which committee are you referring to?
All committee members who have plans to travel.
Very well.
And with your leave, may I recommend that the House adjourns to Tuesday, the 15th of February. Thank you.
It's Tuesday 15th? Very well. Honorable leader, let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, this side of the House, we are not opposed. And indeed, from the business statement, we'll be back on Tuesday. And it's also being placed on record that next week, e-levy will not be considered. We want the record to so reflect, like leader is saying, so that we can have time to do other business. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I second the motion for adjournment of the House.
Very well. Honorable members, let me thank all of you for your indulgence throughout the week. We are going for a week. I hope all of us are going to our constituencies. I hope so. We should visit our constituencies. Yes. On that note, I would like to adjourn the House to the 8th of February 2022 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Honorable members, the House stands adjourned.